with Newman's Corner Pub in Hampshire, Illinois. Are you looking for the perfect hangout spot? Swing by Newman's Corner Pub right at the corner of 72 and State Street in Hampshire. Enjoy fantastic drinks, live music, and a fun crowd that makes every visit special. Test your luck with our hot slots and our Queen of Hearts drawing every Saturday at 3 p.m. Challenge your friends to darts or pool while you're here. Newman's Corner Pub, where every day feels like a weekend. Visit us at Route 72 and State Street in Hampshire. That's Newman's Corner Pub, your new favorite spot.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 8 o'clock.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
I don't know. Oh. Hey there, everyone. Oh, the Christmas tree is back on. You are listening to AM 1410 WRMN. We are not having any issues whatsoever.
Yeah, no, we're back here.
I'm your host, Derrick Geyer, for On the Rise, alongside Mike
Napolitano, that's me.
Easy for you to say.
Wow. Okay. Well, so we were on time, everybody. I promise. Just had some technical difficulties, a lot like your flight to Cancun last week. So, why don't we just jump into that? How was the trip? How was the travel?
Oh, the trip was awesome. The company was even better. However, I have a new 4-letter word, and that 4-letter word is Frontier Airlines.
1, 2. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because
sure.
Because you really have to see it. You really have to want to see the 4-letter word in Frontier.
No, trust me. I've flown Frontier. It's bad.
Yeah.
What was this one? What did they do to you this time?
Oh, well, to set it up, we planned this vacation about 6 months out, right? We're going to Cancun, Mexico. I've never been out of the country before. I haven't taken a vacation in about 4 years. So you can imagine I was chomping at the bit, to use a sports term, to actually have a nice vacation. And what happened was we woke up at 2 a.m, to get there for like the 4:30, 5:30 check-in. Okay, got there, got through security, went through all that stuff. And we sat on the airplane for 2 hours.
Nice.
On the airplane because they couldn't get the water pumps to work, because that was last week Friday. That was the 6 degree weather.
Yeah.
So I guess the water pumps froze.
Oh.
So they couldn't get any water into the airplane for the lavatories, and the pilot's like, yeah, we're not taking a 3-hour and 15-minute flight without any working bathrooms, which, totally understand.
Fair.
But, then you got the flight attendant coming on and saying that all, not just Frontier, but all of O'Hare was experiencing this problem with the water trucks and everything, as we are watching other airlines taxi out onto the runway.
Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't seem like that would be ever the case.
Yeah. So then
seems like other airlines would put the thing that is definitely able to freeze sub 32 temperatures in Chicago in a warm environment.
You would think.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I was thinking all along. So as we're watching 4, 5, 6, 10, 15 planes, whatever, go onto the taxiway and make their way into the air. We're sitting there. Then we had to deboard the plane after sitting in the plane for like 2 hours. Then we had to wait for a flight coming into O'Hare from Orlando.
Oh, that's nice.
So we were waiting for another 2 hours there. And then they had to clean the plane, turn it around and everything. So by the time that we actually took off, we were delayed by about 6 hours.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
You almost could have driven to Orlando, hopped that flight, and just gone straight to Cancun from there.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, that would have been a very fast car to get down to Orlando.
Yeah, no,
fast, but
maybe 12, 15 hours.
So instead of being on the beach or in the sunny and 80-degree weather that was Cancun at the time, at 1 or 2 o'clock local time, we didn't get there until about 5 or 6 in the evening, which
still, though,
basically shot our first day of vacation.
Nice.
So
thanks, Frontier.
Yeah, thank you, Frontier. Which I will be making a claim on, by the way.
They got us back late one time from Yellowstone, and it was a connecting flight, and there was a whole bunch of, I won't even go through the craziness in the Denver airport of go to this terminal, then go back to this terminal, then go. It was like a wild goose chase just to find where our plane was taking off from. But then they had the nerve, after getting us there hours late, to tell us at Midway, oh, by the way, the terminal's closed, so if you have to go and get your checked bags, you have to hurry. You have to rush out of here. No, I'm going to take my time because you got us here late.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What?
Yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but weren't those checked bags on the flight that you just got in on?
Yeah, but they were like, well, and then if you had anything in the luggage carousel that you had to go and collect, they were like, oh yeah, hurry up and go get that stuff. No, I'm going to take my time while you guys unload it. Yeah, it's just craziness.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of sounds like, it was a good vacation, way too short. I mean, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
And for those of you that may be asking, like, why we decided to fly Frontier, well, it was the only flight that was available for the package that we were getting for the dates that we were getting. So we were kind of
locked in there
with that, because initially I was like, yeah, no, I don't want to do this. But this is the only time that we could actually take the vacation. So we had to fly Frontier. And if we were leaving a day earlier or getting back a day later, we would have actually had the option to fly another airline. Which,
Fun.
Yeah. No, not FunJet. Oh, wait, actually, FunJet does control Frontier. So, I mean.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, I know.
Well, the people are here for sports. We should probably get into some of that after our technical difficulties and your airline difficulties. But let's start it off with, we recapped the Steel last week. It was a 3-2 loss followed by a 4-1 loss to the Madison Capitals and then the Cedar Rapids Rough Riders December 7th and then December 13th. Last Saturday at 7:05, they were in Cedar Rapids, Iowa to face the Rough Riders once more. Unfortunately, that was a 2-1 loss. That's tough for this Steel team. They do have some bright spots going into this final week of the 2024 calendar year. Colin Sisson, 10 goals, leads the team, but it's Ben Urich with 17 points that leads the way there. As far as the standings go, the Steel are in 7th out of 8 teams in the Eastern Conference. After 27 games played, they are 7-18, 2-0. That's 0 shootout losses. The only team below them is the USA Hockey National Team Development Program. They've only played 20 games, though. They are 6-13-1. And who is next on the schedule? Well, none other than the United States Hockey National Team Development Program. That'll be Friday at 7:05 p.m. at home. It's $2 hot dog night, $3 beer night. And next Saturday at 6:05 p.m., that is one that, I don't know, maybe we get an on-the-rise field trip going, because it is Chicago Blackhawks night featuring Chris Chelios and a poster giveaway as well as a post-game skate. And that Saturday will conclude the Steel schedule for the calendar year. No more games until 2025. But you can watch all of those games on Flow Hockey if you can't make it out. And just a reminder, you have a couple more days in order to buy one of those holiday plans. So you select 3 Steel games and receive a ticket to the Blackhawks home games. That's either the January 13th game versus Calgary or the January 20th game versus Carolina.
So when you say post-game skate for the December 28th game, that is the day that you will watch me break a hip on the ice?
Yeah. Can you file a claim with any airline for that as well? Get your money back on that broken hip? No. Yeah, so, get on out there, and that should be a fun way to end the calendar year. There's still much more season left for this Steel team, but calendar year for the Steel. All right. It was a busy week for the Chicago Blackhawks.
Oh, ho.
Yeah, we jump right in last Saturday.
So that would be the Islanders game?
No, that was the New Jersey game.
Okay.
Noon against New Jersey. Drew Commesso got his first NHL start. We talked last week about the Islanders game in which he came in to relieve goaltender Arvid Soderblom, but this one was his first NHL start following his 2-save shutout performance against New York, which was his technical debut. But the Blackhawks still lost 5-4 due to 5 goals on 19 shots. That was the defense and Arvid Soderblom giving that up before Commesso stepped in. So this time, Commesso got to step in with a clean slate. Frank Nazar joins the NHL squad for the first time in this season. He made his debut against Carolina last year and played 2 more games with Chicago in that season. He scored his first goal on his first shift against a very good Carolina team last spring, if you remember that. But he finished -4 with a 16:08 average time on ice. Well, in this game, the Blackhawks had a 1-0 lead going into the third period against a very tough New Jersey team. And then some awful lazy work in the D zone. Wyatt Kaiser fails to clear a puck, and a couple other incidents happen. And next thing you know, whoa, it's 4-1 Devils. Yeah, in just a span of a couple minutes, in a span of 2 minutes and 6 seconds to be exact, it went from being a 1-1 tie to a 4-1 Devils lead. Ouch. It wasn't all Comesa's fault. He was out of position for a few. Looked okay, but this is a tough team. He's getting thrown in the deep end against this New Jersey team. But Bedard hits the post and the crossbar right where they meet. And unfortunately, it doesn't go in. And the Devils take this one 4-1. Definitely one the Blackhawks are going to want to have back because they had a lead going into the third. They stayed in it with a very tough team. But that would be the same case later on in the week, and we're going to just cover that in a moment. But before that, we have to go to the second game most recently against the New York Islanders. That was a 2 p.m. start against the Islanders on Sunday. And a win, Derek?
Yeah, and yes, it was a win.
We had audio.
We had audio.
Oh, guess, yeah, I don't know. Well, the Blackhawks really wanted this one after dropping that previous game against the Islanders. It only was 1 minute that it was 2-1 Islanders, and then it was 5-1 Islanders in that game. So the Hawks had to make a late push, and they ran out of time. This game, it was the Hawks taking a 2-1 lead, even though they would allow Simon Holmstrom to tie it up. Teuvo Teravainen, he had a much-needed revival game in this one. That's why I'm wearing the jersey today. These are the Winter Classic jerseys for this year. These are very nice. Even the numbering on the back. Oh, check this out.
Yeah, for those of you that can't see through the radio, Mike is turning around and he is modeling his Teuvo Teravainen number 86 classic jersey. Why don't we go ahead and with that clip?
Oh, there we go.
And that was Rick Ball and Darren Pang on the call, courtesy of NHL.com.
Yeah, so what a great game for this Hawks team. Teuvo Teravainen, like I said, he already had 2 assists on the first 2 tallies, and then he added 1 of his own. And then Noah Dobson tied the game with only 47 seconds into the final frame. But a beauty that you just heard from, well, that was actually the Ryan Donato goal, but I believe, right? Am I?
Yeah.
Confused on that one, but a beauty from Connor Bedard. It's his 7th of the year. That was the game-winning goal with less than a minute to go in regulation when it looked as though this one would head to OT. And then Connor Murphy seals the deal with a 200-foot empty netter. That had to feel good. That one was unassisted.
Yeah, and that was going off of Ilya Sorokin, who is ranked number 5 amongst goalies in the NHL, according to NHL.com.
Yeah, definitely one of the top-tier goaltenders. That was Connor Bedard's 5th career game-winning goal, which ties Bobby Hull and Patrick Kane for most by a teenager in Blackhawks history. And let's not forget, Connor Bedard still 19 until next year. So if he gets another game-winning goal this year, he will own that stat.
Yeah, probably we should, hold off a little bit on the next 2 games.
Well, yeah.
Just for the simple fact that, we are coming up against a break, technical difficulties damning us and all that fun stuff. But, I mean, over the last few games, Teuvo TiVo has really, really, really picked his play up. His assists has been up. He's been the playmaker. He's definitely stepping in, as far as I'm concerned, for Connor Bedard. Bedard's has had like a little bit of a rough stretch.
Yeah, I mean, he had that 12-game drought and a goalless drought. He still had points in that time, assists. Now he's kind of off of that. He's been picking up his play, but a lot of it has to do with the line shuffling and the new coaching under Sorensen, and I think everybody's a little bit better at finding their groove right now as far as this Blackhawks team goes. And yeah, TiVo has been on a hot streak, and we will get into that. We have 2 more games to cover here as far as the Blackhawks this past week, and you're going to want to hear what they did, because after a long stretch here in Chicago, we actually have wins to talk about, wins plural.
3-game winning streak for the Blackhawks. I'm not sure how much we're going to cover, because the Bulls have also won 3 straight.
Is it 3 straight for the Bulls? I thought it was 2.
And they beat the defending champions, Boston Celtics, last time out, and they get to play them again tonight. So go for 4 games. So that'll kind of be interesting.
So we have all that plus AHL. We got your Icehogs and Wolves, as well as some Windy City Bulls when we talk about regular Bulls. And not to mention, at the very bottom hour of the show, the 9:30 hour, we have our buddy in the driver's seat today, Nick Johnson. He'll be giving you some more fantasy football news. That is all before The Truth About Chicago Sports with Marcus Mack at 10 o'clock. You're listening to AM 1410 WRMN. I am Mike Napolitano. This is Derek Geyer, and this is On the Rise.
Political party poopers got you down? Shake it off and join me, Dennis Sonar Green, every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show, where we cut through the doom and gloom with a focus on America first, constitutional values, and a populist perspective that puts you, the citizen, at the center of the conversation. At WRMN, the talk of the town, we're not afraid to challenge the status quo and bring you the straight talk you need. Whether you're frustrated with the political establishment or looking for a clear, some nonsense analysis, this show has you covered. Tune in. Let's take on the issues together with a fresh, unfiltered approach. Catch us every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN, A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
A recent Gallup poll indicated that 38% of Americans are putting off health care because of financial concerns, the highest ever recorded. I'm Dr. Bob Martin, here to serve you every Sunday afternoon from 1 to 4. Millions of Americans are seeking health advice that will not cost an arm and a leg, so I offer health tips and advice absolutely free. Listen to my show, Sunday afternoons from 1 to 4 right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM, the voice of the Valley.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
Welcome back to WRMN 1410 AM, the talk of the town. Listen live at WRMN1410.com or the WRMN app. Tune in or smart speaker. If you want to text and be a part of the show, call or use the text line at 505-926-1410 or chat at youtube.com/@ WRMN Radio.
How we doing in the chat over there? We got any takers this morning?
No,
Nick?
nothing this morning. So.
Nothing. All right, everybody. You got to get your chats in. I'll pose a couple questions to you here as we go along throughout these teams.
He's gonna pose a couple of questions to you.
But we have to start out with that Tuesday game against Washington for the Blackhawks. Another win, Derrick?
I know.
2 in a row?
What do we got, Mr. Johnston? And that was courtesy of NHL.com, and that was also Rick Ball and Kaylee Chelios on the call.
Yeah, great job there describing that goal. And then
and that was Teuvo Teravainen actually reading the play, because that was like a little drop pass in the zone, and he just read it. He picked it up, made the assist to Donato.
Yeah, so Teuvo Teravainen, we're going to get to it.
Ilya.
No. It was Teuvo that because he had the assist on this one. He has 3 assists on 3 Hawk goals in this one. But that was earlier on, TJ Brody getting walked, absolutely undressed in the defensive zone by Andrew Mangiapane. And the Capitals go into the third period with a 2-0 lead. Typically, it's the complete opposite for this Blackhawks team. They're going into the third. If they have a lead, they're going into the third with a lead and giving it up. This time, they were going into the third period with a deficit, which isn't rare either. But a 2-0 deficit, most nights for this Blackhawks team, you could chalk it up as that game's over. Instead, the Blackhawks battle back and end up winning this game against the top team in the Eastern Conference, the Washington Capitals, with a comeback and a 3-2 win. But that Ilya Mikheyev goal that you just heard, he's a lefty, folks. So he puts this puck, it's called spotting the puck. He puts it through his own triangle because he is able to bring it, like he has his hands out, brings it to the toe of the blade, drags it as tight to his body as he can. So now it's within his own triangle, and that triangle I'm talking about, his two skates and where his stick meets the ice. It's hard to get into that space in between because now you got to really pull your stick into your body a lot more. But if he's out here and he slides that puck across him into that space, he doesn't have to worry about touching it. Now all he has to do is worry about puck protecting. He does that. His legs are doing that. The defenseman's outstretched stick is what's coming across to try to, tap the puck off of his stick, but it's not on his stick anymore. So now it's going through his own triangle under the defenseman's stick. He just has to bring his own stick to the other side and receive this puck on the backhand. He does that. That's where he can start his power move to the net. And then the only thing that's left is to finish the backhander and find the twine. He does, and it is a beautiful goal from Mikheyev.
It was a great slick goal. And you're talking about it going up against the Capitals, who I believe you were saying were first in the Metropolitan Division.
Yeah, I believe at the time they were top in the East as well.
Yeah. So
I'm not sure if that's still the case.
After that, they do have 44 points as of yesterday when I was looking at it. So that's good for the Capitals, being in the Metropolitan Division. And you're also talking about coming back against a very good goaltender in Logan Thompson for the Capitals with a 12-2 record in 16 starts and a goals against average of a 2.48.
Yeah.
So that's also very good.
Yeah.
And I mean, for the Blackhawks to actually come back, I mean, is this a product of Anders Sorensen?
I think it's a product of the coaching change and not just the actual person. I think it's a product of the fact that it's a wake-up call to the team. They also got reinforcements in Frank Nazar and a couple others that came up from Rockford, and we're going to get to that in the transactions here. They sent some people back down, but I think it's just like I said earlier, a case of the consistency in the lines. Now you're not getting as much fruit salad being jumbled around like you had with a coach like Luke Richardson. You also have a new voice in the room that might wake players up a little bit more, and just maybe a new style of play. I mean, now Anders Sorensen runs a different type of game, and maybe this Blackhawks team is a little bit better adjusted to play that style.
Maybe a little bit more accountability.
A little bit more accountability. Some of these players have to realize that there's a new coach here, yes, but you're still going to sit if you're not going to produce. And if you're on this team, you have to fit your role. There's no way that this team is going to win games just by every guy going out there and trying to find the back of the net because, we're down a goal. Just play your game. Just play whatever line you're on. I mean, in the course of the game, you lose track of, what's first line and what's fourth line. It's just that line's going out,
Yeah.
You might use your fourth line more than you use your third line. It all depends on matchups and stuff. But that role that your line plays, you have to keep that with you the entire game.
Sure.
So, it's a little bit of a combo.
And since Anders Sorensen did take over, they started 1-3. Slow start, right?
Yeah.
But with the last 3 games, obviously, he's got a 1 game above 500 record right now.
Yeah, I 4-3. It's still a small sample size, like the 1-3, and also I don't think this guarantees that you take the interim tag off of head coach right now.
Oh, I wasn't saying that.
No, I'm just saying for the folks at home.
Not at all.
But yeah, I mean, but this looks good. It looks good because I was worried. I think we covered it. Was it 2 weeks ago on this show that this is the 4th rookie Blackhawks head coach?
Yeah,
you had Jeremy Colleton, who came up from Rockford, Derek King, who came up from Rockford, Luke Richardson, who had never head coached in the NHL, only assisted when he was in Montreal, and then now Anders Sorensen coming up from Rockford. So if there was ever a case of, we've seen this before with Derek King and also Jeremy Colleton, fans could have been a little bit nervous. But if you know anything about Anders Sorensen, I think he is a very good coach.
And the other thing that the Hawks have been dealing with is, I believe it was in Sorensen's first game against the Islanders, Peter Mrazek got hurt.
That was unfortunate.
He tweaked I believe it was his groin. So that was back on December 7th. So Arvid Soderblom has been back up. I mean, he hasn't started in all the games, but he hasn't exactly been performing great in the first few. But these last 3 games, he's been doing pretty good.
Soderblom has had his ups and downs. Last year, he only had 2 wins all season. Both came against Toronto. This year, he started off a little bit better, has kind of regressed. It's a tough time to regress, especially with the Mrazek injury and going down. Yeah. But I will talk about Thursday night against Seattle. He did have a really nice game in that one. But before I jump into that, I would want to mention I was there. I was in person, boots on the ground. That was the Jeremy Roenick Q&A with Troy Murray happening before the game. It wasn't exactly a retirement ceremony, which is a little weird, but Jeremy Roenick just recently inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame. So
last month.
It was a great time to get a chance to talk to him, and he's very candid. He loves Chicago.
Did you talk to him?
I did not personally. I have in the past, but I got to at least view the Q&A and listen to some
when you were a wee little tyke.
Yeah, twice. Once when I was a wee little tyke, and then I think 2016 or 2017, somewhere in there. It was around the start of the playoffs, because I know the Blackhawks were still in it, but they didn't go on to win. And you know, he's just such a nice dude. He's a nice guy. I don't know if I told this story on here. The second time I met him.
Do we have time for a Mike story?
Yeah, it's not very long. I promise. I had this Blackhawks hat. It was a baseball cap, and
you did tell this story. Next story.
Okay,
go on.
all right. He
wanted to sign it, and you didn't really want him to sign it.
Yeah,
but he signed it because
you can't say no to Jeremy Roenick.
It's Sir Roenick.
Yeah. No, I was. Yeah. So that just sits on my mantle.
I'm sorry.
Now.
Did I just shiatsu all over your story?
No, you're good. I'm glad we recapped, and I'm glad somebody was taking notes over here. But
I was actually paying attention that day.
That's why I have to wear different hats, and I know if anybody's wondering why is Mike wearing a Seattle hat, well, I did see my buddy Rick Olczyk. He's in the front office for the Kraken. That is Eddie Olczyk's brother. Eddie was not in attendance. I guess they didn't have him on the broadcast that night, but had to rep my friends. But I was not rooting for Seattle that night. It was very cool, though, that Seattle picked up Kakko Kaapo before the
Cabo Wabo? What?
Kakko Kaapo. He was the second overall pick just a few years ago for the New York Rangers. Haven't heard a whole lot about him. And with the Rangers blowing everything up, we talked last week about Jacob Trouba getting traded, their captain, their heavy hitter, other than Rempe, to the Anaheim Ducks. Now, Kakko Kaapo, he is a Seattle Kraken. I didn't really see him too much out there on Thursday night. Not a very quiet game from him, if anything. So, but it's just one game with Seattle. Maybe he has to work his way into the game plan and whatnot. But yes, Jeremy Roenick night, not a retirement ceremony, but nice to honor him as well. We also did see John Weideman, Charlie Roumeliotis, John Hansen, and Jenna Rose, as well as the Spanish broadcasting team, Miguel Esparza and Jorge Moreno. Great guys. Great guys and gals. Jenna Rose is in there too. It was a nice time and a really nice environment at the arena. It was one of the Blackhawks 5 Christmas-themed games, holiday-themed games. So that was nice. They had everything done up, and it was very festive. But Ilya Mikheyev coming out with 2 more goals. We talked about his one in the game against the Capitals. He adds 2 more in this one. He has 4 goals in 3 games for this Blackhawks team. And Teuvo Teravainen, he gets the assists on both of them. He has 8 points in the last 3 games. 8 points in the last 3 games. That's 7 assists. So Teuvo Teravainen has found his game. Let's hope this stays. But a 3-1 victory for the Chicago Blackhawks, and they have a 3-game win streak, Derek.
Yes.
The last time we were able to say that was March of this, might have been February, actually. Maybe late February of this past year. But it's a rare occurrence here in Chicago to get a 3-game win streak.
And if I'm not mistaken, we've got sound on someone else's goal, too. That was Rick Ball and Darren Payne, courtesy of NHL.com.
That was Nolan Allen's first NHL goal. I buried the lead here, but also when I was at the game, I jumped up and went, that's got to be his first. I didn't remember a first before that, so it was cool to get a chance to see his first NHL goal, hopefully one of many. Because of that, Teuvo Teravainen got snubbed on the 3 stars. It was Ilya Mikheyev with those 2 goals. Arvid Soderblom for posting a 1-goal against game, and then Nolan Allen with his first NHL goal. But good to see that for the kid. All right.
Well, before we
jump out of there?
Yeah, before we jump out of there, one of the things in the highlight package, from NHL.com was Rick Ball talking about how the Blackhawks have killed 30 straight penalties.
That's incredible. I did not know that.
And I mean, I had to write that down because that was like one of those things that over the last few years, you would not equate those Chicago Blackhawks to killing anything.
No. Even in the championship years, there was always a little bit of a struggle, especially in the playoffs. I mean, you're playing tougher teams, but in the playoffs, it was a struggle with killing penalties. What that team relied upon at times, there was a Hall of Fame defenseman on that team galore, or teams plural, but there were times where the penalty kill just wasn't getting the job done. There were times where the power play wasn't getting the job done, but you had all that scoring up front. There wasn't a worry that you were going to find that next goal from Patrick Kane or Jonathan Toews or Patrick Sharp or Marian Hossa. You don't really have any of that now. You've got Connor Bedard, and it's all on a 19-year-old's shoulders at some times. So, yeah, it's good to see that they can kill on the penalty kill rather than have to rely solely on the power play.
Yeah, and which is a good thing because you referenced the 19-year-old being Connor Bedard, and the really good thing right now is Teuvo, Mr. Teravainen coming through to lighten the load on the kid.
Yeah. Teuvo, like I said, 8 points, last 3 games. That's 7 assists. I mean, that man, he has found his game and looks like the Teravainen that we saw in Carolina for a number of years.
Yeah.
And even when he was just on the come up with the Blackhawks in 2015, winning that cup and was a young prospect. Ahead of that Thursday matchup, I talked about the Seattle Kraken picking up Kakko Kaapo from New York, but the Blackhawks also activated Peter Mrazek and sent Drew Comesso back to Rockford, but no sign as to when Mrazek will start. Maybe it's today. I did not see any notification from Charlie Roumeliotis about the morning skates today, but they do have a game today. The Blackhawks
Calgary.
They also have Seth Jones back on the ice for practice as of yesterday morning. They also assigned Wyatt Kaiser to Rockford and placed Craig Smith on the injured reserve, retroactive to the 12th of this month. That's for a back injury. With this win streak, the Blackhawks have jumped the Predators. Nashville sitting at 25 points. The Blackhawks at 26. They are 12, 19, and 2. Just a few points back from the St. Louis Blues, who they will be playing at Wrigley Field on New Year's Eve for the Winter Classic.
They're no longer worse in the NHL, man.
No longer worse. They're actually also closing in on the Buffalo Sabres as well. I believe they both have 26 points as of right now. But today, there will be a 3 p.m. start against the Calgary Flames in Calgary.
No, say it right. It's Calgary.
Calgary Flames.
Calgary.
In Calgary against the Flames at 3 p.m. today. It's on Chicago Sports Network. Also on Chicago Sports Network will be the Monday game that's in Minnesota. So this road trip begins. That's a 7 p.m. start time. And then Friday at 6 p.m. in Buffalo to take on a struggling Sabres team. That one will be on ESPN2. And then next Sunday, I know this is past our next show. We'll be on the mics before this, but I do want to cover next Sunday because we're also going to cover next Tuesday. Next Sunday versus Dallas, back at home at 7:30 p.m. on ESPN. So the road trip concludes. And then that is the appetizer before Tuesday, December 31st, New Year's Eve, the Winter Classic at Wrigley Field, the second of its kind. If you remember the first Winter Classic, we recapped it about a couple months ago now when the news was breaking about these jerseys and the dates and everything. First one dating back to 2009. The Blackhawks and Blues this time, not the Blackhawks and Red Wings, and they will be wearing these beautiful new red jerseys. The first time the Blackhawks are wearing red outdoors. The Blues, as I mentioned, are just above the Blackhawks in the standings, 33 points compared to the Blackhawks 26. So it's not exactly going to be a playoff-implicated matchup, but both teams have fired their head coaches this year. That was Jim Montgomery stepping in and Anders Sorensen stepping in, of course, for your Blackhawks. This will be a 4 p.m. start time, and you can catch it on TNT, True TV, or Max if you are not going to the game. But be sure to check that one out.
I hope the weather warms up just a teeny bit that.
I'd be fine with some winter weather for an outdoor setting, but maybe I'm a little crazy. Not 50 degrees, though. We're going up and down here.
It's because you have an ice rink in your backyard.
Yeah, that's true. I am willing to let that freeze and everybody else, too, along with it. But I got to go shovel it off, see if it's ready to go today.
Selfish bastard.
So the Blackhawks also made a trip recently to the Ability Lab. That was the pediatric floor of Shirley Ryan Ability Lab to visit with patients, attend therapy sessions, sign autographs, and spread holiday cheer with the kids there. So really nice touch. Actually, I was given that tip by Emma Parker. So thanks, Emma. That was a nice little off the ice stat. But another stat that's not so nice, the Canadian dollar has dropped below 70 cents US dollar for the first time since 2002, which could have major implications on the NHL going forward. A lot of guys want to play where they can get a bigger paycheck. Whether there are state taxes in the U.S. or not, the dollar's still valued higher than the Canadian dollar. So we're going to see what that does for contracts in the future. Well, a couple weeks ago, the Four Nations face-off rosters were announced. We're not really going to dive too far into it right now, maybe as it gets closer, but the Four Nations in the Four Nations face-off, the United States, Canada, Finland, and Sweden. And I'll be honest with you, Derek, just a brief look at these rosters. I think this could go to the U.S. This is a really stacked U.S. roster, and I'm excited to see it. Canada's right up there, too, and let's not sleep on Finland or Sweden, so it could be anybody's game here. However, I don't know. I mean,
that makes me a little nervous.
I'm just saying, that's your little teaser before we get into it.
Are you mushing it?
Let's hope not.
No, wait, I'm the mush on this show. Never mind.
Let's hope not. I'm going to go deeper into these rosters when we have some more time, maybe past the holidays here, but we have a lot coming up here in Chicago, especially with the Winter Classic. There's a bunch of events happening within the week of the Winter Classic. I know Spit and Chicklets, the Barstool Sports podcast, will be hosting a live show on that Sunday, the 29th. I'll be in attendance. So I'll be able to recap that one for you. There's a lot of special guests in that one. Chris Chelios, Jeremy Roenick, and technically my cousin, Tim Stapleton. So that'll be a fun one to see. But there's a couple.
Technically your cousin?
Yeah, his brother married into the family. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've never met the guy, but.
So step cousin.
Second cousin? Or would that be third cousin? I don't know.
Not blood related.
I'm not a pro on family trees, but
yeah, gotcha.
Yeah,
you just like to swing from them.
Yeah, well, the Italian family tree would span the entire room here, so you know. Yeah.
What's the matter with you?
So we've got a lot of events coming up. Not to mention, we're going to get into Bulls. There is a Derrick Rose night happening very soon, come the new year. And before we even get into that, we have Icehogs and Wolves news.
And there was also a Sammy Sosa apology.
We have some baseball news as well to get to. So we're bringing you basketball with the Windy City Bulls and the regular Bulls. We also have some baseball news both on the south side and the north side. We've also got both Icehogs and Wolves for you. And don't forget, at the bottom half of the hour, of the end of our show, at the 9:30 mark, we have the fantasy football talk with Nick Johnston, giving you some playoff news. Now, it's not the playoffs for NFL yet, but for fantasy side of things, it is playoffs. So stay tuned for all of the moves you should be making. And then, of course, at the 10 o'clock hour, we have Marcus Mack with the truth about Chicago sports. Leading into that, all your professional sports talk, talking about the Bears, I guess.
You going to be watching?
Oh, absolutely not. I got better things to do.
Yeah, like what?
I don't know, sleep, pick my nose.
Maybe you'll mention this Kirk Cousins news that just dropped. That's pretty interesting.
I didn't hear about that.
Adam Schefter reported he's most likely going to be cut by March 17th of next year due to the $10 million bonus that he's going to get. Nice little news right there.
Just now.
Spicy.
Huh? Yeah, right before I pulled in here. Yeah, basically.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yep.
Well, yeah.
You are listening to On the Rise. I'm your host, Derek Geyer, alongside Mike Napolitano on WRMN 1410 AM, the talk of the town.
You're good. You're good.
Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Image 360 South Elgin is your ultimate destination for custom signs and visual communication solutions. Looking to rebrand your office interior? Need striking vehicle wraps or decals for your fleet? Or perhaps you're in the market for a standout trade show display? At Image 360 South Elgin, they've got you covered. As your full-service custom sign and graphics partner, they deliver bold solutions and exceptional support. From outdoor signage to eye-catching store signs, indoor graphics to comprehensive branding solutions, they have the experience to elevate your brand's presence. Trust Image 360 to create a long-term partnership that gives your brand 360 degrees of exposure. Visit them at 506 Sundown Road in South Elgin. Image 360 South Elgin. Bold solutions, exceptional support.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 9 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. The Senate has rushed through final passage of a bipartisan plan to fund federal operations and prevent a government shutdown. That bill now goes to President Biden, who is expected to quickly sign it into law. Wisconsin Congressman Derrick Van Orden has proposed a new bill he says might stave off the threat of a government shutdown every time Congress finds itself up against a new budget deadline.
The military gets paid. The post office, which I love, by the way, gets paid. The Border Patrol gets paid. All the bills get paid. The lights stay on. But Congress, the members of Congress, that's the House and the Senate, do not get paid, and we do not get back pay.
Van Orden says his proposal might discourage lawmakers from using the threat of a shutdown as part of their budget negotiations. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is blocked from quickly advancing a bill that would allow local law enforcement agencies to look into those aerial drone sightings. Senator Tom Cotton is worried too many people are laughing off those drones.
Thousands of drones could fly innocently in America. It only takes one to have some kind of weapon on it.
And the Arkansas Republican made his comments this week in an interview with the Salem Radio Network. It's not clear how the EU will respond to a new terror threat from President-elect Donald Trump. He's demanding that they buy more in the way of U.S. gas and oil products.
When he threatened Canada and Mexico with 25% tariffs last month, the leaders of both countries spoke with him to try to resolve any tensions. But the European Union lacks a single figure who can make the commitments of natural gas and oil on behalf of its member states that Trump wants. I'm Ed Donahue.
Amazon delivery drivers and Starbucks baristas are on strike in a handful of U.S. cities. They're seeking to exert pressure on the two major companies to recognize them as unionized employees or to meet demands for an inaugural labor contract. More from townhall.com.
You know, as they say, one person's personal information is another person's treasure.
Exactly. That's why I use NordVPN every time I surf the web. Features like Threat Protection Pro's safeguard devices from phishing websites and disable intrusive ads and trackers. Just check NordVPN.com, grab the deal, and see for yourself. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Hi, Mom. Surprise, I brought you something.
Socks. Oh, heat holders original.
I use them for snow sports and around the farm. I also bought a bunch for my new work site.
I know what everyone is getting for gifts this holiday.
Heat holder socks are the warmest. We use a proprietary 3-stage process, making heat holders the softest, warmest, and most comfortable socks guaranteed. We also have hats, gloves, throws, and so much more. Go to heatholders.com. Use the code HEAT to save 15% off your order. Free shipping for orders over $25. Heatholders.com.
Tesla is recalling almost 700,000 vehicles because of an issue with the warning light on the tire pressure monitoring system.
The issue is that the tire pressure monitoring system warning light on the vehicles may not remain illuminated between drive cycles, failing to warn the driver of low tire pressure. Driving with improperly inflated tires can increase the risk of a crash.
That's Jeremy House reporting. The government is taking some major banks to court, charging them with fraud risks linked to a popular money transfer tool.
A federal regulator has sued J.P. Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, and Bank of America. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau says the banks failed to protect hundreds of thousands of consumers from rampant fraud on the popular payment network Zelle, in violation of consumer financial laws.
That's Ron Taylor reporting. Zelle has become one of the most widely used peer-to-peer payment networks in the U.S. since it was launched back in 2017. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. A major migrant tragedy in the Greece sector of the Mediterranean. Here's correspondent Charles De La Desmond.
The Greek Coast Guard said the incident occurred while the speedboat was carrying out dangerous manoeuvres to try and evade a patrol vessel, causing migrants to fall into the sea. 18 of the migrants were rescued. Rescue workers on 3 Coast Guard vessels and a helicopter were working near the resort area of Afantou Beach in the northeast of the island of Rhodes. It remains unclear whether other passengers are missing, authorities add. Rhodes, one of several large Greek islands located near the coast of Turkey, is on a busy illegal smuggling route in the eastern Mediterranean. I'm Charles De La Desmond.
U.S. stocks rose to turn what would have been one of the market's worst weeks of the year into just a pretty bad week this week. The S&P 500 rallied 1.1% of its value on Friday. The Dow was up by about 500 points. More of these stories at townhall.com.
Welcome back to On the Rise. I'm your host, Derek Geyer, alongside Mike Napolitano. You are listening to WRMN 1410 AM, the talk of the town. Listen live at WRMN1410.com or in the WRMN app. Tune in, smart speaker. And don't forget about the rest of our Saturday shows. The Truth About Chicago Sports, 10 to 12. The Chief Guard of the Republic, 12 to 1. The Jeff Michaels Show, 1 to 2. And then CD Showcase with Court Stevens, 7 to 9.
And I believe WRMN is also filling those 7 to 9 spots with the Christmas. We all had the homework of putting together some Christmas songs that we all like and making a 1-hour segment of us playing those songs. So getting festive in the holiday season is why I did a wardrobe change here, Tree 1-2, but we still have some more hockey to get to. So, that actually rhymed. Ooh, I'm on fire today. Okay, let's get into it. Are you tired of the ice? I am not. Let's go into the Icehogs.
You need to take more Z-Packs.
Yeah, no. Let's get into the Icehogs. Last Saturday, they were back home at the BMO Center to face the Iowa Wild. That was a jersey giveaway. They were wearing them on the ice, but it was United for Literacy Night with specialty kid-designed jerseys. These are actually pretty cool. I actually kind of want one. I like the sleeves. There's like a gold patch on the sleeve. Anyways, you gotta go down and see it. This was also the teddy bear toss game, which was very cool because Colin Felix scored his first AHL goal. And what better to have a celebration on your first AHL goal? It was a beautiful goal as well, but also have the teddy bears rain down after you score.
That was a hell of a goal, and that highlight was Dana Gray on the call and courtesy of AHLTV.com and Flow Hockey.
Yeah, as you heard Dana Gray on that call, the puck is in the possession of Colton Dock. He slides that puck all the way across the crease towards the back door. There's nobody home at the time. It bounces off the half wall and then comes back out just enough. It was almost reminiscent, if anybody's seen the PK Subban goal that goes off the boards and then he just winds.
Turns around, 360s, winds, slap shot.
I don't know about a 360, but winds the puck and wires it. And so Colin Felix did the same thing, prized that off the boards as it's bouncing back off. And his first AHL goal, teddy bears rain from the sky, and it starts the scoring for the Icehogs. They ended up going on to win that game 5-1. They go 1 for 2 on the power play. 32 shots on goal compared to the Wild's 27. They hold the Wild from scoring on any man advantage of the two that they had. And then that leads into a very tough matchup on Sunday. That was against the Milwaukee Admirals, and the Rockford Icehogs battled hard and came out with a shootout win. 2 goals in this one from Landon Slaggert, 27 seconds into the first period, so they got the scoring started early, but 5 minutes into the first, it was Angelo for the Admirals that tied things up. No scoring in the second or third. This game went to overtime. No scoring in overtime as well. It had to be decided by the shootout. The lone goal scorer in that one is Jerry Mayhew, and the Icehogs pick up the extra point and win this one 2-1. Rough night on the special teams for both sides, or at least the power play. 0 for 4 for Milwaukee, 0 for 6 for the Icehogs. But regardless, they get the job done. And 2 wins in a row, especially after we covered last week, of course, the Blackhawks pulling up Anders Sorensen. That means Mark Eaton, the assistant GM for the Rockford Icehogs, is now the interim head coach there. So a little bit of a change, might be a little bit different. You know, you also lose Frank Nazar, your top scorer. He goes up to Chicago to play with the big club. So a little bit of retooling having to go on and resetting in Rockford, but they get the job done there. Unfortunately, that train halts and the offense dries up this time against the Iowa Wild as they are in Iowa on Tuesday. That one was a 5-1 loss. So back in the loss column, your lone goal coming from Brett Sini. And then yesterday versus Manitoba, that one, once again, Icehogs fought hard. Not enough offense to carry them through. It was Gary Mayhew that scored 9 minutes into the second. But the final 2-1 in a shootout, another shootout. So once again, picking up points, this Rockford team, but they lose to Manitoba in extra frames of the shootout. That was a 2-1 final. When we take a look at what they have coming up, tomorrow at 2 p.m. versus Manitoba again in Manitoba. And then next Friday, the Icehogs will be back home against Iowa. That is the Screw City Youth Jersey giveaway. Those are those beautiful black and white jerseys with the R, and then coming straight down from the R is the threads of the screw. Really nice design. That'll be for the first 1,000 kids 14 and under. It's also $2 beer and soft drink nights presented by La Monica Beverages with media partner 104.9 The X. Screw City Night is presented by Henning with media partners 95.3 The Bull and 104.9 The X. Then, next Saturday, after another edition of On the Rise here with us, you can catch the Rockford Icehogs in Iowa at 6 p.m. to face the Wild once more. And Rockford has one more game before the new calendar year, and that is on Tuesday, December 31st at 6 p.m. at home against Iowa. So I guess if you're not going to the Winter Classic that day, your consolation, you can go to the Rockford Icehogs and see the AHL version of the Blackhawks take on the AHL version of the Wild.
Yeah, and that is also a Pizza Hut family packs with media partners WTVO, WQRF, and B103.
All of those games you can also catch on Flow Hockey, FLO Hockey, or AHL TV, or just listen along on Mixlr. I have a recommendation for this company, Mixlr. The lowercase L looks like an uppercase I when you're typing it out. Just a recommendation that, you maybe make it an uppercase L, because otherwise it looks like it's Mixire. I don't know. Anyways, that is just my own 2 cents. If you want it or not, no, don't ask me. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave you one-on-one on that one.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the Wolves side of things, a little closer to Chicago. Last Saturday at 7 p.m., the Wolves were at HEB Center in Cedar Park, Texas, to face the Texas Stars. Iowa Wild feed the Minnesota Wild. Texas Stars feed the Dallas Stars. Not Minnesota. The Chicago Wolves taking on the Texas Stars got the win in Texas 4-3. I'm reading the wrong column there. 3 goals in the third to the Texas Stars 2. So they get the much needed win there. Goals from Felix Ungersorum, Ryan Suzuki, Bradley Nadeau, and Sean Morrow. I always get that one wrong. And that was another Wolves victory. Then they were back home at 11 a.m. on Wednesday for a school day game versus Milwaukee. That was a 4-1 win over a Milwaukee Admirals team. So both of our teams here at WRMN getting much needed wins against a tough Milwaukee Admirals team. They were holding the top of the division at the start of the season. They have since now dropped into second place behind the Grand Rapids Griffins, but still a very formidable opponent. And then Friday, last night, the Wolves were in Iowa to face the Wild at 7 p.m. The Wolves do come out of this one with another victory. This one is a 3-2 win. Goals from Noel Gunler. Martel had 2 on this night. So the Wolves come away with that game-winning goal and another win. That has helped the Wolves jump up in the standings. They are sitting in third, just behind the Milwaukee Admirals. Both of our teams here, Chicago and Rockford, kind of had a slow start to the season. We're into December. This is the heart of the season. It's really when you got to figure things out in the AHL.
Yep.
The Wolves are doing that. Rockford, it's a bit of a struggle. But then again, Rockford this year their purpose is to develop these players and feed the Chicago Blackhawks. They did so with their head coach and Frank Nazar, as I mentioned. The rest of these players, it's going to be a little bit of we're not worried that you're getting the wins, just that you're getting the individual results. And it's not an individual game, it's still a team game, but that coupled with the fact that you do want this team to learn what it's like to win. It might not have the most consistency, but that way they can bring that up to the NHL level. A little different when you get to the AHL. It's not always about trying to go and win the Calder Cup. But Rockford is sitting in 5th. The Wolves, through the 24 games that they've played, 13-9-2-0. Rockford, through the 26 games they've played, 10-12-3-1. That's good for 24 points. But the future games for the Chicago Wolves tonight at 7 p.m. is a home game. You won't want to miss this one. It's Adopt a Dog night. There's also a wall calendar giveaway courtesy of Rose Pest Solutions. And it is the Holiday Festivus game. So celebrating the seasonal times here in Rosemont. And you get your patented howl from Derrick.
That felt good. It's been a while since I've done that.
I need the Wolves to name more theme nights with the howl thing in there, so we get that from Derrick more. But if you're not in attendance, you can also watch on Fox Chicago, AHL TV, or Flow Hockey. You can also use AHL TV or Flow Hockey to watch the Friday game. That's next Friday in Milwaukee at 7 p.m. to face the Admirals. And then next Saturday at 7 p.m. after another edition here of On the Rise, the Wolves are back home to face Milwaukee. Again, that is country. How y'all doing? That is country music night, cowboy hat giveaway, courtesy of Professional Bull Riders. And that is also the Wolves Vitalant Blood Drive. That's that company that's out in Rosemont. You can watch that game also on Fox Chicago or AHL TV or Flow Hockey. And that will conclude the Wolves' schedule before the new year. So a little bit of a holiday break for most of these teams. And then they go.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Holiday.
Yeah.
Oh, at least that's how I heard it.
Maybe I did do it.
I think you did.
That's that Chicago accent coming true, my friends. It's definitely the mustache.
And the Italiano.
And very, very. Give me a beef dipped, please. Baptized.
Giardiniera.
All right, let's.
I don't know what the hell that one
Let's
was.
pause on the hockey talk. We've done enough of that. Let's get into some basketball talk.
Real quick.
And we have another team with a 3-game win streak. That's crazy. You've got the Bulls taking on the Toronto Raptors last Monday. They make it 2 in a row with a 122-121 victory, squeaking it out by 1 point. Nikola Vukovic led the team with 24 points. Josh Giddey had both the rebounds and assists for the night with 9 and 8 respectively. But Toronto's Jamal Sheed banked a 3-pointer at the final buzzer, and it just wasn't enough for that Raptors team. So Bulls get the win. That's 2 in a row, but they had to face a tough opponent Thursday night. We were watching a little bit during the intermissions in the FanDuel Sportsbook at the United Center. They were facing the Celtics, the defending champs. Also a team that the Bulls lost to in that round robin, which was also a regular season game of the tournament, the in-season tournament for the NBA Cup. This time, the Bulls in Boston get the win. Derek, were you expecting this?
I'm sorry, when you say Bulls and a win, well, not really. But I mean, the sporting line was pretty in favor of the Boston Celtics.
Yeah.
I think they were like favored by 17 or something. So the Boston Celtics definitely didn't cover. The Bulls didn't see that coming. And considering the fact that the Celtics shot 51 3 balls in that game and still lost, the Bulls defense was on point that particular night in Boston, of all places. So
yeah, tough place to play in TD Garden there. I want to pose a question for Bulls fans before I read over some stats from this game, because it's the last game of the week and we just have the upcoming games to recap preview. Who do you think gets traded by the trade deadline here in Chicago? Is it a full fire sale? Because we are past December 15th, which is the deadline for players that were signed to a deal in the offseason that are not fully locked up, that they can be traded or let go by a team. So we are past that deadline. There's only one more deadline to go, and that's the actual trade deadline here. In this game, Zach LaVine, 36 points. He also had 4 assists, which led the team, and Nikola Vukovic had 14 rebounds. On the Boston side of things, it was the Jason Tatum show, as it usually is. 31 points, 10 rebounds, and 4 assists. He led in all of the categories for this Boston team, but it just wasn't enough against the Bulls. But yeah, who do you think will be gone from Chicago come trade deadline? Or vice versa, who do you think is staying?
All of them. Get rid of all of them.
Who would you want to keep to rebuild or retool with this Bulls team with how they're going? As far as the injury list, Josh Giddey is now on day-to-day. That was actually back on December 18th, just a couple days ago. So that's an ankle injury. We'll see if he is ready to go again tonight. Dalen Terry is also out with a knee injury. And E.J. Little, that's more on the Windy City Bulls side of things. That's a knee injury as well. The Bulls creeping back up a little bit in the standings with this 3-game win streak. Yikes. 13 wins, 15 losses, and they are 10.5 games back of Cleveland. They're in the 9th seed. So still in the play-in round area, but trying to keep pace with the Pacers, and they're staying above the Brooklyn Nets. Future games. Tonight at 7 p.m., the Bulls will be hosting Boston, so 2 games in a row against Boston. Here's another question for you. Do you see the Bulls beating Boston 2 games in a row? This one is at home, but then again, the Bulls have struggled at home this year. They've actually been a better road team. I don't know.
They're going to get destroyed tonight.
Oh, that's a grim outlook, but probably a realistic one.
I honestly think that they're going to get destroyed because of the way that the game ended in Boston. You had the head coach going after the officials, telling them what a great job he was doing. I'm being very facetious with that one. And I really think because of all the
That's Boston's head coach, right?
Yeah, that was Boston's head coach going after the official. Sorry, I don't remember his name. But anyway, I really think this is a bounce back, kind of a frontier to the Bulls, if you will. You see what I did there?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Bringing it all around. So, I really think the Boston's going to bring it on a scale of 1 to 10, probably a 15 tonight. And of course, it depends on how many 3 balls they chuck up and actually make. But I mean, I think the Bulls might have had a recipe for success. So there might be that. So it might be a lot closer than I actually think.
Well, the schedule doesn't get much easier as we go along here. All teams that are sitting above the Bulls, Monday at 7 p.m., the team sitting 5th in the Eastern Conference, the Milwaukee Bucks, at home. That's a 7 p.m. start time. And then Thursday, after the Christmas holiday, the Bulls don't actually have a game on Christmas this year. Thursday will be on the road against Atlanta, who are sitting in the top play-in round seed. That's the 7th seed in the East. That's a 6:30 p.m. tip-off. And then next Saturday at 7 p.m., after another edition of On the Rise, the Bulls will be hosting the Milwaukee Bucks. Again, all of these games are on Chicago Sports Network or AM 670. The Score.
Yeah, if you could find them. They're definitely on 670.
Yes, yeah. You also have a couple of theme nights coming up. Tonight will be City Edition night, so be on the lookout for the Bulls to be wearing some spicy new threads. And then also there is a giveaway. It's the BMO Artist Series hat presented by BMO Harris, BMO Bank. And then also on the 23rd, that's Monday, that'll be the Bulls holiday game. It will be a Bulls water bottle giveaway presented by Culligan. And December 28th, that's next Saturday, that's another City Edition night. And they can face the Milwaukee Bucks. It'll be a City Edition shooting shirt. Say that 10 times fast. City Edition shooting shirt presented by Corona. That's a giveaway for the fans.
I'm glad you did not shiatsu all over that one.
Yeah, no kidding. We don't have a whole lot of Windy City Bulls news. Last Sunday, they were at home against the Indiana Mad Ants. That was Gus T. Bulls. I'm going to laugh every single time I say that. Gus T. Bulls' birthday bash. The Bulls unfortunately fell in that one. That was 119 to 107.
There was a live bull there.
There was a live bull?
There was a live bull there. It was great.
Now I'm disappointed I missed that. What the heck?
All the big mascots were there for his birthday. It was great.
I saw that.
Bull, obviously.
And an actual live bull.
And an actual live bull was there.
Did they get all of the mascots in a ring with the live bull?
No, they did not. I'm sure.
I would have paid good money to see that.
For the sake of their health.
Sorry, sorry for the mascots.
Or, PETA don't want to get that organization all involved.
Yeah, true. That is cool, though. All right. Well, so the Windy City Bulls are doing some good things. Yeah, no kidding.
Traumatize the bull with all the mascots standing around him. What the hell's going on? Free reign to just, jack up all the mascots.
Yeah.
That would have been fun.
They might have been doing that, of course, as a great promotion, but also to bring some excitement because it's going to be a barren week with no games. The Windy City Bulls are not back in action until Friday, December 27th, and that is on the road at Chase Fieldhouse versus the Delaware Bluecoats. That's the Philadelphia 76ers farm team in the G League. That's the 6 p.m. tip-off. And then next Saturday at 5 p.m. after another edition of On the Rise at home versus the Delaware Bluecoats again. And that one is on Tubi TV. I should mention the first one you can watch on NBAGleague.com. I guess my takes were so hot that the fire department got called. Or maybe that was an ambulance. I don't know.
That was an ambulance.
All right, so I need help. And that's what the ambulance is for.
So I kind of want to hijack this last little bit of the bottom here.
Yeah, go for it. We do have to have a little bit of baseball talk here.
Yeah, so, okay, guys, real quick. Nick, you two. Sammy Sosa apologizes to the Cubs and the fans. What is your take on the Ricketts bringing him back into the fold or your take on the apology? Real quick. We got 3 minutes.
And we'll pose that to the fans, too. What are your thoughts? I still think Sammy Sosa is a cheater. I know it's the kind of the unpopular opinion because everybody says, it's been so long that who cares, but he used performance enhancing drugs. I'm not a fan of that.
Which at the time they were not banned or illegal in baseball. Just saying. I know it's a different take.
And there were a lot of other people doing it. Barry Bonds, Mark McGwire. Barry Bonds, I don't know if that was ever confirmed, but it's pretty obvious.
Allegedly.
So, yeah.
Everyone's head grows that natural, that late in their life.
Yeah, right.
There's that. So, okay, you're banned, you're...
I am happy that the Cubs are back talking with him. I think that relationship need to be repaired.
Yeah, I'm on the same page with that. Keep the relationship open. Ultimately, it kind of seemed like between Ricketts and Sammy Sosa, kind of like a measuring your you-know-what contest. That's kind of what it seemed like the entire time. So
measuring
glad it's figured out.
Old Italian sausage. Okay. So you guys are both on board with that. So supposedly, or not supposedly, Ricketts did extend the invite to Sosa to come back for this year's Cubs convention, or next year's 2025 in January. So next year's Cubs convention. That should be interesting. I'm a little bit on the fence with that. I think I might need to do a little bit of a deeper dive as far as that's concerned. But you got anything going as far as Sox Nation there, Mr. Napolitano?
Well, breaking news. It is now rate field.
Oh!
The White Sox dropped the word guarantee because,
guaranteed to suck?
Jerry doesn't like to give guarantees other than the team guaranteed to lose over 100 games this next year as well. I wanted to get your thoughts on the Kyle Tucker incident, the trade, but we'll have to recap that next time. I already broke that news last week. We've got one more segment for you here on the Rise. That is the fantasy football segment with Nick Johnston, our buddy over here, and then stick around.
Previewing the semifinals.
Yes. And then stick around for the top of the hour. We will have The Truth About Chicago Sports with Marcus Mack right here on WRMN. You're listening to On the Rise with Derek Geyer, myself, Mike Napolitano, and Nick Johnston right here on AM 1410 WRMN. Stick with us. We have so much more sports to cover. And thanks for spending your Saturday mornings with us.
Talk of the town.
Looking for the perfect way to kick off your Saturday night? Tune in to Court's CD Showcase on WRMN. Join us every Saturday night from 7 to 9 p.m. for 2 hours of non-stop musical magic. Court is spinning the best tracks from your favorite artist, plus hidden gems you've never heard before. Whether you love rock, pop, jazz, or country, Court's got the mix that keeps the memories flowing. So set your dial to WRMN and don't miss Court's CD Showcase every Saturday night from 7 to 9 p.m. Your weekend just got a whole lot better. WRMN, the voice of the Valley and the talk of the town, welcomes Court CD Showcase next week.
Are you unemployed, underemployed, or considering a career change? Or maybe you're looking to take your career to the next level? The Business and Career Services, located at 1400 South Wolf Road, Building 200 in Wheeling, Illinois, is here to help. As a nonprofit organization, BCS supports all aspects of career development, from personalized career coaching and resume help to interview prep and even funding for job training. We're your partner in navigating high-growth careers. And it's not just individuals who benefit. Businesses can also rely on BCS for recruitment support, training resources, and strategies to retain top talent. Whether you're looking to grow your career or business, BCS has the resources and expertise to help you succeed. Find out more today at bcsillinois.org or call 847-484-8187. That's 847-484-8187. BCS, your future, our mission.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The new novel, titled DUI Jury Trial, is the true story of two lawyers who defend a truck driver who is charged with DUI. If he's convicted, this truck driver faces a lifetime disqualification of his commercial driver's license, which would prevent him from ever driving a truck again. This 3-year legal battle culminates in a courtroom showdown, which involves the testimony of a DUI expert witness. This book, DUI Jury Trial, is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Are you ready to rock? At School of Rock Elgin, located at 353 South Randall Road, we're more than just music lessons. We're a community. Whether you're an absolute beginner or a seasoned musician, our performance-based curriculum is designed to transform your skills and confidence. From learning new instruments to rocking a full-blown concert, we bring out the best in every musician, no matter their level. Join the School of Rock Elgin family today, where music isn't just learned, it's lived. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up for a free trial. We start pre-enrollments in January, targeting mid-February opening. Unleash your inner rock star.
You're listening to On the Rise with Mike Napolitano and Derek Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
Welcome back to On the Rise, AM 1410 WRMN, the talk of the town. I'm your host, Derek Geyer, alongside Mike Napolitano. We will be getting into the fantasy football sports half hour with Nick Johnston.
Hey.
Oh, you don't want to do your bump? You don't want to do your promo?
I could. I figured maybe wait till the music plays. I don't know.
Oh, man, I want to hear that sexy intro. I want to hear that sexy fantasy football intro for you, Nick.
Oh, sure. Why not? We'll go ahead and play it then.
Yeah, baby. That ring up there.
Oh, yeah.
Doctor. Yeah, Dr. Nick Johnston in the house.
Boy.
I can't even come close to that. I mean, I really can't. She really killed it.
No, absolutely.
She really killed it. How the hell are you doing, Nick?
I'm doing all right. Ready to roll.
Missed me last week?
Yeah.
Don't lie.
The energy.
Don't lie.
That's the only thing hot and spicy about this week is your intro, because we've just recapped. There's not a lot of great games going on.
I mean, okay, the Blackhawks won 3 games. The Bulls won 3 games. The Bears suck!
Yeah, no, I just meant, NFL-wise. There's not a lot of... I mean,
fair enough.
Win streaks aside, we're having a great time here in Chicago, but football might not be a whole lot to watch this weekend.
Yeah, no, you got some tough matchups this week, obviously. Yeah. Today might be the best one in terms of NFL matchups and, college football matchups, the college football playoff happening. Pretty good matchup last night between Indiana and Notre Dame.
Notre Dame, yeah.
That was pretty fun, but...
Just out of curiosity, Nick.
Yeah.
How are you doing in your fantasy football sports leagues?
Well, of the 2 leagues that I care about, I had the bye week last week in one. Obviously, didn't have a matchup, so getting ready for this week. Unfortunately, lost.
Rest your players.
Lost in one of the other leagues. Unfortunately, it was just one of those where didn't really matter who I played. I just went up against an absolute buzzsaw of a team who scored about 180. Amon-Ra St. Brown went off. Nico Collins had 2. Yeah, He had 4 catches and 2 of them were for touchdowns, and just very unfortunate on my end for something like that. So it did what I could, and honestly, it was one of those things where I have Alvin Kamara, who's a big part of my lineup, and unfortunately, he's going to be gone for the rest of the season. It seems like. So that was one of my talking points to get to here for sure. I got a couple things to get to overall. I'll hit the Thursday night game. We'll recap some scores along the way. So it's an interesting little part right there. Got the Saturday games, got the Sunday games. Maybe we'll touch upon the Bears, but QBs is what I want to talk about today because
some interesting games going on.
Yeah, I got some interesting games going on, obviously, but the quarterback position, maybe for sure the most important position in football, might be the most important position of all sports.
Sure,
very debatable for sure, but new quarterbacks across the board at a couple teams. Michael Penix Jr. making the start for the Atlanta Falcons officially, and now just coming out, like I mentioned earlier, Adam Schefter tweeting that Kirk Cousins might be cut by March of next year, so he doesn't have to get that bonus from the Atlanta Falcons. So.
It's kind of funny. They're going to be that petty and cut him for $10 million when he's guaranteed for how much?
Like 80, I think it was 100.
I mean, yeah, something like that. I mean, his contract was insane when he signed
it was insanely front loaded for what was good for him and good for the team. It sounded like because they really just sound like they want to get rid of him.
But that's assuming that Penix actually comes in and doesn't lay an egg.
And that's the thing. That's for sure. If for whatever reason, if Michael Penix Jr. comes in there and has a dud of a game, he's primed for a good game. He's playing the Giants, who are just laying down and dying.
Dog shiatsu, yeah.
Absolutely. So it's a nice first start for him, but if he comes in and just lays an egg, they're out on not only one but two quarterbacks right back to back. Well, I don't want to put it right away, but
yeah, right, because I mean it is his first game in the NFL.
Yeah,
he hasn't played
small
all
sample size. He hasn't started. He played a couple snaps. Live just because they were getting blown out against Tampa Bay or I forgot which team, but. Either way, so
very, very small sample size. But
yeah,
I mean that just seems like idiocy.
So Michael Penix Jr. going forward. So that of course that's a line of like, hey, maybe Kyle Pitts has a better game now because the tight end always seems to be the quarterback's a young quarterback's friend, and especially a rookie quarterback in this instance for Michael Penix Jr. I think that's pretty cool. For that case, in terms of anybody else, Darnell Mooney, Drake London, I'm a little hesitant, especially Darnell Mooney after putting up a goose egg on primetime. Not the best thing when you're trying to get into the next round of the playoffs, and a big guy like that who was averaging like 14, 15 points a game.
Yeah, he was definitely a surprise this year.
Absolutely, that was brutal. But going forward, I think Bijan probably still good to go, so you're fine there. More quarterbacks that are changing hands. Dorian Thompson-Robinson going to be starting for the Cleveland Browns. I'm not going to be very excited to start anyone really there. No David Njoku. He didn't practice all this week due to his hamstring once again.
Did Jameson just have like a fall off the cliff game or something?
I think it was really just it's the turnovers. It was just Kevin Stefanski was just. I think going forward, he wanted to give Dorian Thompson-Robinson a couple more just opportunities because they know the season's done for.
He's just no longer blessed to be playing in the snow on Thursday night.
Yeah, I know.
As he said.
Yeah, they delivered him from not only from the pick sixes, they just delivered him away from the starting position. So
salvation to the win.
He's gone from that end. Yeah, so I'm not excited to start anyone there.
Yeah, and that's
the only one probably Jerome Ford. Jerome Ford going to be the running back. Stepping in for Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb broke his foot this past week, and I'm only willing to start Jerome Ford because he's going to get all of the work. He's no one really behind him to get any there. So if he gets some nice touches, he can catch out of the backfield as well. And he sprung off for a 60-yard touchdown last week, and that was the only touchdown for the Cleveland Browns. So I like the idea that he's going to get a ton of work. I don't love that he is on the Cleveland Browns, who is just an inept, bad offense. So it's a very big push and pull situation there, which is also I'll tangent away from the quarterbacks really quick just to go on another running back sidebar. Another same scenario with Keandre Miller, who mentioned Alvin Kamara a little while ago. Most likely doubtful for the rest of the season. Not going to be playing this Monday night game. And, again, this is your semifinal. You're trying to get into the championship round. You don't want to be lingering on a rookie running back on a Monday night, and you haven't seen anything really, really from him. So this is a tough situation here. Again, he's going to get a bulk of the work, Keandre Miller, but unfortunately, just on a bad offense, and they're going to be going up against the Green Bay Packers, who they're just going to want to run it up and secure that they get a win this week and just going forward in that division. So I'm willing to start them for the sake of the idea. Again, willing to start them for the sake of the idea that they're going to get a ton of work. Not loving the offenses and the teams that they're on. And finally, one last running back before we get back to quarterbacks. Patrick Taylor. We found out that Isaac Garando of again the San Francisco 49ers. They're on their, fourth, fifth, sixth string right now. I think in a couple days, if someone goes down, we might be getting a call to go ahead and go play running back for the Niners.
Nope,
so,
not going to do it.
Yeah, probably not. I don't have insurance. So
I'm probably.
I'm there. I'm ready to go.
I'm going to break a hip or something when I go skating with Mike, out at wherever we're going to be doing that. Steel. Thank you.
So again, Patrick Taylor, it's a toss-up. Patrick Taylor is another name over there as well in the San Francisco 49ers, but Kyle Shanahan kind of just gives one guy the go, and he just has the ball for the rest of the time. So if you need another running back situation, or if you just want to block somebody from having a running back option, because that's also what this time is all about, you might not be starting some of these guys, but you want to take them away from other people being able to start them. So, it's a little bit of...
That sounds kind of dirty, Nick.
Oh, that's exactly what it's all about, getting down and dirty in the fantasy football
in
lineup.
the trenches!
Yes, absolutely. But for sure, this is going to be exciting for sure. So running backs kind of situated there. Let me bounce back really quick to some more new quarterbacks that you'll be seeing this week. Well, not new, but just newer now that they're back into the starting lineup. Benched in Tennessee is Will Levis, and out comes Mason Rudolph. He will be starting there for the Tennessee Titans. So if he'll be thrown to Calvin Ridley and also to Nick Westbrook Akine. I always mix up the two middle names, but that's okay. Mason Rudolph getting the start there. And then kind of a toss-up. I'm not quite sure if they've been decided. I can double check in a little bit. But Aiden O'Connell and Desmond Ridder kind of up in the air. Who's going to be going ahead to get in the start? But I believe Antonio Pierce said that if all systems were a go, then he's going to lean towards Aiden O'Connell. So Aiden O'Connell going to be tossing the ball up to Brock Bowers. I think that'll probably be the way to go for sure. That kind of gets in there. Oh, and then finally, again, back to New Orleans. I think it's back to Spencer Rattler. To Spencer Rattler there for New Orleans. So again, not the offense I'm looking forward to really anyone playing in that situation. And again, it may just be Keandre Miller. So there you go. So if we're all good there, a couple of games to get to for sure. I'll quickly recap the Thursday night game because I had a fun little stat that I saw. A lot of scoring, a ton of scoring. It was 34-27 final. Comes down to essentially an onside kick that the Broncos couldn't recover, so they couldn't go ahead and tie the ball game up later. But 34-27 across the board. You had Gus Edwards score 2 touchdowns. You had Devon Valle score 1. Audric Estime get in there as well. All those names and a couple more. Michael Burton, Hassan Haskins, Darius Davis. I always play the game of if the Broncos being on television, you're going to learn a brand new Bronco every single time they play that week. It just happens every single week. Just for me, it just so happened to be Michael Burton, I believe it was. So what I wanted to get to
Burton's
was
brother.
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
I don't think they have the same animation skills as each other, but
just being a douche.
That's okay. TD scores from all these players were in starting roles less than 12%. That means that in leagues across the board, these guys were only started in 12% of leagues or less. So that was Gus Edwards. That was started at 12%. Devon Valle started at 4% of leagues. Audric Estime 1%, and then Michael Burton, Hassan Haskins, and Darius Davis all started in 0% of leagues. So if you wanted some scoring, it was far and few in between. They did not believe in this Thursday night squad for sure. So maybe some Justin Herbert, maybe he got you in there, maybe a little Bo Nix. But unfortunately, a lot of people started Cortland Sutton, who only got you 10 points in a full PPR league. He had 5 catches for 50 yards.
Are you dying over here?
Yeah, you're all right over there.
What is going on?
I went ahead and I banged my hand on the desk.
And then you were coughing over here and dying?
Coughing over here.
Hey, you had a coughing fit going on?
As I'm coughing my brains out over here, I'm looking.
You're getting shook by Marcus.
Marcus is laughing his, arse off.
There he is in the back.
And I'm just like, thanks, teammate. Thank you. I appreciate that. Kick me when I'd probably laugh my arse off too with it. Oh, here we go.
Good. There we go again.
It's all these really bad matchups that are making Derek sick, I think.
Man.
So, yeah.
The
Cancun
Cancun weather
at Marcus clapping back there.
the Cancun couldn't help you out over there? There you go.
Yeah,
oh,
right?
My goodness.
I thought you were going to be like tan and refreshed.
Yeah,
and
supposed to leave the sickness there.
Yeah, you're just red in the face instead.
Yeah, exactly.
Poor guy.
Matching my sweatshirt right here.
Well, hopefully this will make you feel a little bit better.
No.
He doesn't like Bronco talk. That's what it is.
Don't talk about the Bears.
I was not going to talk about the Bears. I was going to actually talk about these palatable matchups today.
Oh, okay. Go. Shoot.
In the Texans and the Chiefs, and then the Steelers and the Ravens happening on today. And then actually, funny enough, next Saturday, these same four teams play each other, but just reverse. I think the Chiefs play the Steelers and the Ravens play the Texans. So either way, so that's gonna be fun. Regardless, these Saturday games again. Get your lineups in. We're in about 2 hours from now. About 2 hours from now, Central Standard Time. We're gonna be kicking off in Kansas City, where big news: Patrick Mahomes will be playing, and this is the meat and potatoes for sure of today's talk.
Didn't they already clinch?
They did already clinch. They are clinched for a playoff spot. They did not solidify the number one overall seed. So I think a couple more, maybe one or two more wins would probably do that because you have Buffalo just right on their on their tail.
Now, was it last year or the year before where he had his ankle injury?
I feel like he's
or was
Patrick
it 3
Mahomes
years?
Patrick Mahomes is kind of steady.
Or this is the whole throughout his career.
Yeah, I think it's been steady these past couple of years. He's been dealing with an ankle injury, and it just kind of acts up or gets re-aggravated during the middle of the game. And we saw last week it happened later on in that Cleveland Browns game, but still able to finish it off.
Gotcha.
Either way, I mean,
sorry. Please continue.
No.
That was my squirrel brain.
No, you're good, dude.
Got a nut and
Personally, I mean, not as a Chiefs fan, but if you are a Chiefs fan, you're probably feeling okay in the sense that, all right, good team. I would trust Carson Wentz still in this position behind Andy Reid. I think that's good enough confidence for a backup in Carson Wentz, who's won before, to go ahead and get it done. But again, Patrick Mahomes said himself, I'm not going to go out there if I don't feel confident enough that I'm going to get the team to win. He said he's playing. He said he's in there. I don't know personally if I would put him in my lineup, only because he hasn't really been fantasy relevant all year. Let's just be frank.
Sure.
Hasn't been putting up the crazy amount of numbers that we think that Patrick Mahomes is just surrounded by. He's just been doing enough to win ball games for the Kansas City Chiefs. He's not winning games for your fantasy lineup. He does not care. He's going to do the Jaden Reed. He does not care about your parlays. He doesn't care about your fantasy lineup. He's just there for Kansas City to get 3 straight in a row, and that's the goal for him.
Right.
So whether that's playing, as minimal as possible, doing just the bare minimum to get the job done, that's what he will do. So that's why
right now he's ranked like 20th in most fantasy leagues, so.
Exactly. So that's why I'm not. Maybe if you have a hook, meaning if you have someone, if you have another receiver with him, if you have Xavier Worthy, or if you have DeAndre Hopkins or Travis Kelce, maybe I'd probably end up playing him then. But if you have another quarterback option to go ahead with, hope maybe you play Justin Herbert on Thursday night. That would have been the play to go to as well. I know Brock Purdy in Miami plays this week. Not a lot of people still have him. There might be another option for quarterback this week. I know I mentioned all the backup quarterbacks to maybe toy around with, but I would ultimately stray away from any one of those names as well. But ultimately, I like it. Patrick Mahomes is playing. That'd be good for just for having fun and watching the game in general. But for your fantasy lineup, I'm not jumping up and down for that game. Same thing on the other side, with C.J. Stroud. He's been picking up a little bit. I would not blame, but I would put his sophomore slump, if there was really one, if it is kind of lingering, just because the lack of health in his wide receivers. Lost Stephon Diggs early on, didn't have Nico Collins all season. Tank Dell's been here, he's been there, he's been not here, he's been all over the place. So very inconsistent play. I think they got, it's a pretty close one. Kansas City's favored by 3.5. I actually might lean the Texans, probably just to squeak one out. But you also got to look forward to see if Joe Mixon's fully healthy, ready to go. He didn't get a full go last week, so we'll see how that plays out. That ought to be fun. But on to the division matchup really quick. We have the Steelers. We have the Ravens. This is for the division for sure. And if you've been catching up on the Hard Knocks, the AFC North that they've been doing, it's been pretty fun to watch. And this is gonna be a really exciting one to probably recap on that on the series. So, favorite is the Baltimore Ravens, rightfully so. They are the home team. They're favored by 6.5. But this is some pretty nice. This is some pretty nice matchups overall. George Pickens did not practice. Most likely not going to go today. I would lean. I actually do like Pat Freiermuth in that situation. Calvin Austin III in a stretch. Not the worst situation either. But these are some nice names. I'm going to avoid playing Najee Harris. He didn't have a good game last time. Hasn't really been doing all that well. But on the flip side, I'm just you got to go with Derrick Henry. You got to go with Lamar Jackson. Wide receiver wise, I'm not really clamoring or needing anybody, but I will go with Mark Andrews. And actually, wide receiver news from the Ravens just cut Deontay Johnson after trading for him earlier this year. Seems like there was just a situation. He didn't want to go out there and play. Okay. He did not want to go out there and play. He was called upon the week or two ago, and same thing. He just didn't go out there. So everyone was wondering why are they not playing him. He didn't get any snaps. No, that was all on his account. So
that was all on him. So give us your last hot take, Nick, because we're gonna wrap up this little fantasy sports half hour with you.
Yeah, sure. Maybe we can roll through some of these Sunday. Really the one Sunday game that's probably worth it because, like I mentioned, Giants, Falcons, not looking good. Lions, Bears, Browns and Bengals, no thank you. Titans and Colts, I'll pass. Rams and Jets, maybe 10 years ago that would have been pretty cool. But I'm going to land on the Eagles and the Commanders for this fun one. Again, another divisional matchup and a lot of big fantasy names right here that Mike, exactly that. Take you into the promised land of your fantasy championship, or on the other end, if you play against these guys, it might put you in a hole and you might be very upset for the next couple months. So obviously Saquon Barkley's there. You're going to go ahead and play Jalen Hurts. And nice report from A.J. Brown. He is fully healthy, practice throughout this week, so he's going to be good after he got rolled up on with his ankle.
Yeah, that looked nasty.
Yeah, so it looked a little scary. It was a little later in the game while they were up, so I think he probably just left the game due to that. They were up by so many. Didn't really need to pass all that late in that game against the Steelers. So that's good to see. And Devonta Smith, both wide receivers had really solid games last week. I like both those guys. And on the flip side, Jaden Daniels is in your lineup. You're going to go ahead and go with Brian Robinson Jr. if he's nice and healthy. Well, actually, no, I probably wouldn't even do that just because the Eagles' run defense is actually pretty tough. But I'm still fine with Terry McLaurin. And Zach Ertz is healthy. He had his practice. He ended up practicing this week. I only bring up that name because tight ends, it's far and few in between. Yeah. If you need some help right there, Zach Ertz is not the worst decision considering that this game is at 45.5 points. So right around the mid tier of totals right there. So again, if you can get some action right there, not the worst consideration. As always, I'll quickly. I got about 2 more minutes. I'm sure you guys want to get to something really quick, but I'll just leave you guys off with, of course, check your lineups. Get in there today. It's very important. You got 2 games on Saturday to get to there. So Sunday night will be the deciding factor of whether or not you get into your championship or not. Because again, it's if you're relying on some Green Bay Packers and some Saints, that might be the thing. But yeah, the only thing that might be lingering is a Josh Jacobs on Monday night. So.
Fair enough.
That ought to be there. So
appreciate you doing the fantasy wrap up there, Nick.
Yeah, no problem.
Appreciate it.
We got 2 more minutes, guys.
Good luck with your fantasy.
Yeah, good luck to everybody
this week. It is, of course, going to be Christmas next week, and I wanted to take this time out to give Mike a little bit of shine here, to say any Christmas thoughts that he might have. Nick, you as well. So, Mike, you want to take it off, or you want Nick to go first?
No, what are you asking from Santa Claus,
Oh, boy. A new football, I think. That's what this might go to. I don't know. Honestly, I'm just in a very, very thankful position because I went from about a couple months ago to having really nothing job-wise to now I'm just stacked to the gills, just very just stocked up. So I'm very excited, very happy that just my schedule is just jam packed.
And thank you for hopping on the board with us.
Appreciate
and
it,
being
boys.
here
Appreciate the
and doing
time over
whole,
here.
Fantasy football. I appreciate you doing this. So thank you for that.
I appreciate the opportunity every single week.
Mike?
I love it.
What's coming down your chimney this year?
Oh, this is going to be a rough Christmas. I'm not going to lie. As you guys both know, I lost my dad back in July 3rd. So this is going to be a very interesting Christmas going forward. I'm not exactly sure what to expect, really. I'm just trying to put myself into the show. I hope everyone listening appreciates it. And thank you for listening. Mike?
Yeah. Well, I'm asking for three things. It's going to be consistent cold weather for my backyard ice rink to freeze, a Blackhawks Winter Classic win, the first of its kind, and lastly, hey, you can't go wrong with any kind of money. Just throw a little something in the card. That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah.
But no, nothing too crazy. No. I have everything that I could ask for, and appreciate you guys as fans. Let us know. You could tweet at me. That's at Mike Napolitano on Twitter. Or you can find me on Instagram, Mike_Napolitano. What are your thoughts on the Blackhawks and Bulls going streaking? Does it keep up? Who do these two teams trade? And also, what do you want for Christmas? Let me know, and maybe we'll bring it here to the show next week.
Yeah, sounds good. You've been listening to On the Rise, AM 1410 WRMN. I'm your host, Derrick Geyer, alongside Mike Napolitano. We have the Mac Man, Marcus Mack, with the truth about Chicago sports coming up in about 6 minutes.
If your idea of therapy involves a fishing rod, a tree stand, or a campfire, then you need American Outdoors Radio. Host John Cruz speaks your language, whether it's about the best lures, tracking game, or that one buddy who always forgets to bring the beer. John's got the tips to sharpen your aim, the hacks to pack lighter, and the stories to keep you entertained. Again, that's American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on WRMN 1410. Or stream it at WRMN1410.com. Get ready to outfish, outhunt, and outcamp them all on American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 10 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. The Senate has rushed through final passage of a bipartisan plan to prevent a government shutdown. That bill now goes on to President Biden, expected to sign it into law. Alaska Senator Dan Sullivan among the lawmakers, frustrated this week by the massive size of the original proposed continuing resolution, one hammered out in talks between party leaders.
This is the frustration of these behind-the-door deals that are negotiated with just the leadership. You get them at the last minute, usually bumping up against a holiday or a government shutdown. 1,500 pages this time. And it's just not the way to run the government.
Senator Sullivan was interviewed by the Salem Radio Network. Senator Tom Cotton says it's time for the Biden administration to get serious about looking into that drone controversy.
Most of these drones are probably hobbyists or pranksters or innocent explanation. But the next time, it could be one carrying sarin or VX, or it could be using sensitive technology to collect signals from around military bases.
Concerns about the spread of bird flu virus among dairy cattle has prompted California to declare a state of emergency.
California has become the epicenter of new bird flu infections. As the nation's largest dairy-producing state, it accounts for 75% of cattle cases and over half of the 61 confirmed human cases nationwide. Though health officials say the risk to the general public remains low, Governor Newsom's proclamation allows federal and state agencies to work together to monitor and test for new cases. The move comes after after the Center for Disease Control and Prevention reported the country's first case of severe illness in a person in Louisiana.
That's BBC's Sarah Granville reporting. In fact, the CDC says more than 60 people in 8 states have been infected with bird flu. More from townhall.com.
Our nation's problems have been building for the past 50 years, and they're not going away overnight, which is why we must prepare now for a financial collapse that will affect the entire economy. The good news is there's an easy way to do that. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe everyone should consider a gold IRA from Birch Gold Group to diversify their IRA or 401k. Gold is a proven bedrock in almost every kind of economy. To learn more, get a free info kit from my trusted friends at Birch Gold by texting the word PREPARE to 989898. Don't wait until decades of government irresponsibility comes crashing down on your retirement. Get your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group now. Text PREPARE to the number 989898. That's PREPARE to 989898.
Still no resolution in the dispute between Amazon and the Teamsters Union.
Amazon workers affiliated with the Teamsters Union are on strike for a second day at 7 of the company's delivery hubs just days before Christmas. At midnight Saturday, the Teamsters say workers at a prominent unionized warehouse in New York will also join.
That is Ron Taylor reporting. The Teamsters represent nearly 10,000 workers at 10 Amazon facilities. Amazon employs 1.5 million people around the country. The company says holiday shipments should not be impacted by the strikes. Britain's government has approved the sale of Royal Mail's parent company to a Czech billionaire. The sale paves the way for the Postal Service to pass into foreign ownership for the first time in its 500-year history. The service will remain headquartered in the UK. As part of the deal, Britain's government will retain a so-called golden share in the service. Breaking news at townhall.com. Global security leaders are warning nuclear threats are growing as weapons spending has surged to $91.4 billion just last year.
Private bunker sales are on the rise globally, from small metal boxes to crawl inside of to extravagant underground mansions. Critics warn these bunkers create a false perception that a nuclear war is survivable. They argue that people planning to live through an atomic blast aren't focusing on the real and current dangers posed by nuclear threats and the critical need to stop the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction.
That's correspondent Jeremy House reporting. The Senate has passed a bill that will boost Social Security payments for millions of people. The bipartisan bill will eliminate long-time reductions to Social Security benefits for nearly 3 million people who receive pensions because they worked in federal, state, and local government or public service jobs like teachers, firefighters, and police officers. More details at townhall.com.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400 and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
And welcome to the show. This is the truth about Chicago sports. with your host, Marcus Mack. And let's go, my friends. We've got another exciting show here on WRMN 1410 AM. I'm your host, Marcus Mack, and we've got another exciting, fun-filled show today. I'm here with my brother, Blake Cowell, who will be joining me in 1 second as we're going to break down some Bulls, some Bears, some Blackhawks, and some Sox. Hopefully everybody's having a great holiday moment. Cheers and hanging out. I've gotten my shopping done for once in I don't know how long. And yeah, it's just been a great festive season, able to spend some time with family. But the one thing it has not been good in sports for Chicago. And, we're trying. We're out here. We're trying to make the best out of the situation. But the situation is grim, as everyone knows. The Chicago Bears took another disgusting lump loss again to the Minnesota Vikings on Monday Night Football. The Chicago Blackhawks continue to struggle. The Cubs and the Sox are making some small offseason moves, but still don't seem like either team is positioned to be ready to make a run. And we're sitting with maybe the Bulls? I don't know. But this is where we're at right now in our current sports situation as we just try to survive. Brother Blake, thank you for joining us. Sorry for the delay, my friend. Glad you could get on in. How you doing, brother?
Hey, better late than never. But we are here. It's another Saturday as we prep for, I guess, the Bears game tomorrow. I guess they play. I try to forget that they're playing any football anymore. But other than that, doing well. How about yourself? Yeah,
I was just telling the listeners, I'm same way. I love the holiday season. It's one of my favorite times. It's something I look forward to, every day. And at the same time, yeah, sports has been beat up and bad. The one good thing that we did have is that the Chicago Bulls had a quality win against an opponent, a healthy opponent, when they beat the Boston Celtics. It was definitely something that caught my eye. Wasn't expecting that at all, Blake. I'm like, whoa, where did that come from? But the Bulls looked like a real NBA team, and we saw them do something that we didn't think was possible at all, and that's beat a top opponent in the Eastern Conference. The Bulls right now sit on a 3-game winning streak, having defeated the Charlotte Hornets 109-95, the Raptors 122-121, and then on the road beating Boston in the Garden, or the former Garden, 117-108. They'll look to go and play the Celtics on the 21st, or actually that's today. They're playing the Celtics today at 7 o'clock. And you know what? It'll be interesting to see. I mean, I'm not expecting great things out of them, but riding a 3-game winning streak, I think this is the longest they've had all season, and looking to make a move against a top opponent. I'm not going to say it gives me hope, but this is a pleasant surprise. And this is their longest winning streak. I'm looking at their schedule here. They cut a couple 2-game winning streaks, but this 3-game winning streak is the longest winning streak currently in the season. If they beat the Boston Celtics, it's like, I don't know. Now, like I said, am I expecting a championship run out of this team? By all means, no. But it has been nice to see that the Bulls are, for once, dishing out some lumps rather than sitting and taking them. Give me your thoughts about the Chicago Bulls and their little run so far.
Yeah, it's something to at least notice, right? It's something to at least smile about a little bit. We talked about, when we talk about the Bulls on this show, we don't get too excited when we don't get too down on ourselves, because they are what they are, and we always say that, and we say it because we mean it, because high variance team. They can go out and beat a team like the Celtics, but they can turn around and lose to a team like the Brooklyn Nets or the 76ers this year. They lose to those lower quality teams. So that's kind of where we're at with the Bulls still. But it was good to see Zach LaVine went in and took over a game, pitched in 36 points of his own, led the Bulls in scoring, led the Bulls as a team, and that's what really ultimately led to their victory at Boston. And as the trade deadline kind of heats up in the NBA, Zach LaVine's been mentioned quite a bit in these trade talks. He's been thrown around with potentially the Denver Nuggets, centered around a package between him and coming back would be like Michael Porter Jr. That's something interesting, something for at least Bulls fans to keep their eye on, because like we've seen, the Bulls are kind of 1 foot in trying to contend, 1 foot out trying to rebuild. And I think finally trading Zach LaVine will give them direction one way or the other. So it is something to look at. And it's good to see, if Zach LaVine is going to be traded, well, they need to do everything they can to keep boosting his trade stock so they can kind of get the best deals on their end of the market. So that's my overall thoughts right now on the Bulls. Like I said, as the NBA season keeps rolling on, we'll see as the new year comes around. That's when the NBA really heats up in the playoff push, and everyone's kind of wrapping up their football seasons and, college football playoffs today and last night as well. That's kind of where a lot of the eyes are being drawn in viewership. So this big Bulls win kind of got swept under the rug, and I'm not going to say rightfully so because college football is on, but it is something that people could have missed in the newspaper headlines.
Yeah, no, it was very exciting and definitely something that wasn't expected and a pleasant, like you say, a pleasant surprise that all of a sudden, hey, out of all the stuff that's going on, the Bulls turn around and, have shockingly started getting some victories going. And I was, like you said, I'm not going to sit here and act like, we're on the move, we're making this championship run, but at the same time, it has been nice. And so where we sit now is a team that, yes, it looks like they are showcasing LaVine, and rightfully so, because as we know last year with his trade stock basically bottomed out because of his contract, the fact the Bulls gave him a max contract. He doesn't seem to be living up to it for the most part, up to most of his career, so far as he's played into that contract in his career. But the last game against the Celtics, we saw something that I've been begging for, and that's him not giving us empty calories, giving points when they matter down the stretch of a game. And that's where he was, and that's what's probably been one of the biggest problems. It's not that Zach LaVine can't score. That's never been the question. It's when he does it. And that's great. First 3 quarters, you're on fire. And then the fourth quarter, you're no-show. Yeah, you help keep your team in the game, but when your team needed you to win the game, you were nowhere to be found. And I think that's been a big impact on his trade value, and ultimately what's hurt the Bulls overall, why he hasn't lived up to being that franchise player. But like you said, hopefully this can now open the doors, and Bulls can move him, and I really want that, especially because the fact that the Bulls winning, but people don't understand. I mean, I don't advertise for losing, but at the same time, if they continue to win, I believe they lose their top 10 protected pick. And I don't think that that's just smart for a franchise. They clearly needs to hit the reset button. And I think they got some right pieces in place, not to hit a complete reset. That's the thing. I think that they've got enough comparable role players that if they're able to nail just the right key guy that could come in, a young guy or free agent, and it could really lead this team. I mean, I really think with Zach LaVine out of the way, Kobe White could really flourish into a solid number 3, maybe even number 2 player. I believe Patrick Williams plays a lot better when Zach LaVine is not on the floor. And Vucevic has shown that he has somewhat mid-level all-star potential. So the Bulls aren't that far away. That's what people don't realize. Like, yeah, they're not going to win a championship, but at the same time, a couple key moves could really land them to where they could be amongst the upper echelons in the NBA. We're going to move on from the Bears. We're going to move on from the Bulls because we got so much to cover. The Bears, no worries. Yeah, exactly. Because we got so much to cover here on The Truth About Chicago Sports here on WRMN 1410 AM Studio 14. This is your host Marcus Mack, and I'm joined by Brother Balake, also known on the streets as Blake Cowell. But hey, in here we know him as Brother Balake, and Brother Blake. we got some baseball movement that has still happened even after last week. We speculated and we talked about it, and sure enough, the trigger was pulled. The Cubs did move on from Cody Bellinger. Did they get proper compensation?
We got exactly what we needed to do. Everyone always knew Cody Bellinger was not going to net this huge prospect haul. You know, there were talks that they could get a decent prospect if they ate most of that salary Cody Bellinger was getting projected, or he was getting promised, or in his contract. The Cubs were supposed to pay him $27 million next season. They went to the Yankees. It was always kind of down the stretch, the Cubs and the Yankees. Where would they come to agreement in terms of money and one prospect? Well, Jed Hoyer said, hey, I'll take this low-level reliever. Let's get a piece to our bullpen. You guys eat $25 million. Brian Cashman shook his hand and said, deal, we'll take it. And honestly, Marcus, I think both teams got exactly what they wanted. The Yankees really wanted Bellinger at the end of the day. They could have easily pivoted to a guy like Christian Walker, Pete Alonso, even Paul Goldschmidt. They could have pivoted to any of those guys on the market. They didn't. They kept sticking it out. They said, we want Cody Bellinger. We want that lefty bat hitting toward that short porch in right field at Yankee Stadium. And the Cubs said, hey, we'll give him to you, but you got to pay a bulk of the salary. That's exactly what they did. It opens up. The Cubs now have about $40 million that they can spend this free agency per AAV over the course of this offseason before going to the luxury tax, which they're going to try to avoid. I think it was a great move, Marcus. I was super ecstatic. And outside the Cody Bellinger trade, it seems like old news, but we haven't spoken since. The Cubs got Kyle Tucker last Saturday. Let's talk about that for a second. Kyle Tucker from the Houston Astros. They sent Isaac Paredes, they sent Cam Smith, and they sent Hayden Wesneski over to Houston, and they get a top 10 hitter in baseball. Ever since I started doing this show with you, Marcus, I said the Cubs need a big bat in the lineup. They need a big bopper. They need a 30 home runs guy, and they got that. They got a guy who can hit 30 home runs. They got a guy that can be an 8-WAR player, and they got a guy that can OPS over 850, 900 if need be. It's been a great week in Cubs land. I was already excited for the season because that's what I do as a Cubs fan. I'll get excited whether the team's good or bad. But after last week, the Cubs have made some solid moves.
Yeah, they did. And you know what? They made their team better. And I think that's ultimately what we want, right? We want them to be a better team. And they seem to be achieving that. And that's something that I'm very happy about. And hopefully that can continue where a team is actually trying to win. We know what's going on the South Side. Like I say, I've lamented that. Everybody knows if you've been listening to the show long enough. If you know Marcus Mack just personally, you know that I'm a huge White Sox fan. But I've waved the proverbial white flag, and I know that this team is not going anywhere anytime soon. But I do like the fact that they did, with the crochet thing, and I think that that's all we're really going to see from them right now. I think it's just going to have to be a wait-and-see approach when it comes to the White Sox. But so far, the noise being made on the north side has been awesome. And I have to say that I hope they're not done. I really hope that the Bellinger move was a move in the right direction. That yes, they cleared cap space, but I hope that they're just not going to sit back on their laurels and not do anything with said cap space. I really hope that they say, hey, you know what? We can do better. We should do better, and that's what they shoot for. But ultimately, I don't know. Until they start to play. But it is nice. It's refreshing that at least one team in Chicago might be trying to make a run or give us a chance. I don't know what the proper wording is with that, but it's nice that maybe that's what potentially could be happening. So once again, we got free for all call-ins are welcome. Free to call in 847-931-1410. You're joining the Truth About Chicago Sports here with Marcus Mack and Blake Cowell. And we are on WRMN 1410 AM, Studio 14, as we're breaking down all things Chicago sports. We're talking Bears, we're talking Bulls, we're talking Blackhawks, as we're going to be joined later after at the bottom of the hour by the great Sophia Blackburn. She has come back to join us as we'll be talking some Blackhawks as well. And, you know, Blake, like you said, the one thing about it, even though the sports in Chicago has been not the best, the great thing about it all is that we have been able to get a fun-packed weekend of sports. College football is on full display. I am a Notre Dame fan. I know, don't shoot me. I know there's a lot of people out there that don't like the Golden Domers, but I've been that way for a long time. Went to a Southside Irish Catholic high school, St. Rita. Shout out to the Roots. And, you know, yeah, been a Notre Dame fan for a long time. And I'll tell you, it was nice to see the Golden Domers go out there and put it on Indiana and walk away with the solid win and move on in the college playoffs. And so, yeah, we do. We've got a fun weekend of sports. I mean, we've got college football. We do have the Bears, which we'll be talking about later. We do have Blackhawks hockey that's going on. We got the Chicago Bulls that are playing the Boston Celtics tonight. So, you know, everybody could just sit back, sit inside. I know it's been a lot of winter weather all around us, and we can all just enjoy some great fun-filled sports weekend. Brother Blake, now that the Cubs have somewhat done some roster changes, are they still an 83-win team?
I think as it stands right now, I'm going to give them a little bump up to the mid-80s. I mean, it's tough to look at last season and think that was really their best effort. They left a lot of wins on the table last year. I think they led the MLB, and if they didn't lead, it was definitely near the top with 26 blown saves. I still think they're going to make some moves. I'm still looking at lefty relievers, specifically Andrew Chafin and A.J. Minter. I think those are two names for Cubs fans to at least keep their radar on, because one thing's for sure, I mean, when you got $40 million and you make the move to move Cody Bellinger off the team to specifically save that money, if that money goes right in the pocketbooks of Tom Ricketts, there will be a lot of people, including me, specifically me, at the forefront, very angry, because you got to spend that money. You got to keep adding to the team. So if I had to say right now, I'd say we're an 86, 87-win team, which could get you in the playoffs. But I think adding another lefty reliever, adding some solid bench pieces, and maybe even making a move for another trade for a starting pitcher. I know Roki Sasaki's still out there. He's going to make his decision.
How does that work out?
Mid-January.
Explain that to the listeners out there. How does that actually work out with the Cubs?
Yeah, so the plan with Roki Sasaki is this. So since he is a Japanese-born player, he was posted per the Japanese, free agent portal, if you will, in layman's terms. And essentially, if he signs after January 15th, he can earn the maximum contract that he can coming from Japan. So Roki Sasaki, and I'll say his prediction right now, he's going to be a top 20 pitcher in baseball before even throwing a pitch. So he's a very good pitcher, and people should be very excited and wanting him on their team. Now, if he signs after January 15th, he can get the max contract, which isn't a contract like Shohei Ohtani. It's not an $800 million contract. When Shohei Ohtani came in the league, he was making about, I think, $8-9 million. That's similar to what Roki Sasaki is going to be making. So if you can get a top 10 pitcher or top 20 pitcher in baseball for $10 million, that is a huge get for your team. So people should keep their eyes on Roki Sasaki. He's 23 years old. He's got an insane splitter movement that really isn't seen in the MLB right now. And we will see. Right now, it looks like the Dodgers and the Padres are the main contenders, but also names mentioned have been the Cubs and have been the White Sox as well. And, he's a big pitcher to look forward to. I mean, that's a guy you want in your starting rotation.
Yeah. So, it's going to be interesting, because if they could land him, sorry, I had the distraction in the studio for a second. Somebody walked in like, what's going on here? Are you supposed to be in the radio studio? But anyway, so we looking at that fact, I know that the Cubs, the one thing that is really big for them is that they do have already a few players from Japanese descent on the team. And I know that that's already a huge bonus for them. And they're definitely not going to say they're marketing off it. It makes it sound like, kind of sleazy when you put it that way. But it's more that they understand that, hey, we have a leg up with the fact that we already have players that have transitioned over from Japan and have come here into the league, and we have helped that transition. And so it definitely makes them more appealing that they could have that ability to be able to make a comfortable spot for a very top big prospect. But like you say, obviously there's other suitors that's going to be out there. So really, I really want that to happen for the Cubs. I'm sick of the Cubs always being that team that put a bid out there, but for some reason they got outbidded. It would be nice for once if they were the team that landed that key guy. And make no mistake about it, they need him. I mean, let's just be honest. This roster's not complete. They've made some moves, but not enough. And they're also depending on the development on a few players. And that, I mean, it's just like getting in a dice game. Hey, maybe I rolled snake eyes, maybe I rolled 7. When you're talking about the development of a player, the idea and the hope and the want is there, but that doesn't mean that that's going to happen. So, fingers crossed, and we'll see how that goes when it comes to the development of the young players for the Cubs. But in terms of the players that they have that are established, I really like that. And, just some more pitching, and they're good to go. This is Marcus Mack and the Truth About Chicago Sports here on WRMN 1410 AM, Elgin, Illinois, in Studio 14. I am joined with brother Blake Cowell as we are breaking down all Chicago sports. When we get back from break, we're going to be joined by the great Sophia Blackburn as she'll be talking Blackhawks with us. We'll also be talking Bears. After that, we need to get into those sorry Bears, the team that's playing on and over at Hallis Hall, and we'll talk about future moves. It's been a big movement out there lately that Ryan Poles should be fired. I want to get your thoughts on that. Definitely, Blake. That's been something that's been catching some wind. And at first, I thought about it, and I'm like, that's ridiculous. But the more that's been floated out there, the more that's starting to make, some real sense maybe. So we're going to talk about that as well. All callers are welcome. Call in at 847-931-1410 and talk sports here at the Truth About Chicago Sports on WRMN 1410 AM. We're welcoming you all as we're going to be talking Bulls. We'll be talking Bears. We're going to be talking Cubs, we're talking Sox, and we're talking Blackhawks. So feel free to join us here on the Truth About Chicago Sports, WRMN 1410 AM, Studio 14. Let's go.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Hello, everyone. This is Dean Delaley, Dino, with a great Christmas gift-giving idea. Why not give the gift of success to that special someone that could use some promoting? Yes, your friend, family member, employer, entrepreneur music, or personal services could be live on the air at WRMN. For as little as $300, that's just $10 a day, you can give the advertising gift that just may elevate them to the next level. Heck, I spend more than that on people I don't know or even like for that matter. But seriously, call today, 847-741-7700, or go to info@WRMN1410.com and ask for Elliot. Believe me, this is a gift that will be remembered long after the Christmas season.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Gennard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and shared this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Want to know what the shepherds did after they visited the Christ child? Read the short novel, The Good Shepherds, a Christmas combat story by Michael Tooman. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Scilink.net. That is PSYLINK.net. Papa Sierra Yankee, Lima India November Kilo, November Echo Tango.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the better business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
And welcome back to the show. This is The Truth About Chicago Sports with your host, Marcus Mack, here on WRMN 1410 AM in Elgin, Illinois, Studio 14. Brother Blake, guess who has joined us now, sir?
Sophia Blackburn.
Yes, indeed, the great and honorable Sophia Blackburn. You know, we gotta get like some bad rock music, like some awesome, like just heavy, crunchy metal for an intro for you when you start coming on. You know.
December's a busy month for me. I am so sorry I haven't been
Are you kidding me? We love any time that you can come in and grace us with your appearance. And we know, yes, December, insane time of the year indeed.
Oh, yes. No, we have my birthday month. Everybody in my family has a birthday this month. So it's been a crazy month. But what's even crazier is what's been going on with the Blackhawks, I will say.
No, it's been a lot of shakeup. You know, here's the crazy part that got lost in all of the insane Bears hoopla is that the Blackhawks fired their coach as well in midseason, and it just got a blip on the radar. And it's like, hey, excuse me, the Blackhawks fired their head coach as well. So we've had that happen. They're also on a 3-game winning streak currently. And what else do we got going on with them, Sophia?
Well, yeah, let's touch base on that. They shook up the whole entire state of Illinois that they fired the Blackhawks coach just 16 days ago. But honestly, it was needed because now look at them. They've lost maybe one game since they brought up the Rockford Icehogs AHL coach, and now they're on a 3-game winning streak. And they also, it's just so insane that they did this, but it was honestly very well. It was needed. It was needed so much.
Yes, it was. It was needed. You're exactly right about that. And we had talked the last time when we had got together. We had spoke about the Connor Bedard and his production, and the fact that it seemed like he was regressing. People were starting to question if he should, go to the minor leagues, if this was just too much for him. And I think that once those words started to be used, it's like, Coach, you're in trouble, because, like I say, and I will say it again on this show every time, everyone in that building for the Chicago Bears will go before Caleb Williams. And the same thing is true for Connor. Everybody in the Blackhawks organization will go before Connor Bedard.
They will, because you know what? I've been reading up on it and such, because I haven't been able to watch a couple of games, but today I'm going to be watching their game at 4. I promise I will.
Oh, yes.
But Richardson, the old coach, the only reason why, now looking back, the only reason now why Bedard was not doing that good was because Richardson was scrambling the lines too often and moving players into different positions from being a natural center to a wing to more of a defensive role with all of his players. He has been switching up the lines, and he has been kind of screwing over Bedard just a tiny bit with this, because he overall he just wasn't coaching good. So he thought maybe if little fixes here and there with the lines, they might play better. But you don't fix anything that isn't broken.
That's facts. That's facts.
And he also with, I think too, as I was reading up on some things, because this is a big thing. He also dismissed or he scratched some good veteran players as well, which everyone was like, what is going on? And now I was looking at the projected lines for today's game, and those veteran players are back in and they're back on the line. So, I mean, whatever the Icehogs coach, what was his name again? I think it was, if I can find it real fast. This, I will say, though, as someone who goes to many AHL games, because I'm sorry, everybody on the radio, I am a Red Wings fan.
You're forgiven.
We're forgiven. Okay, listen, we're forgiven. I have been going to a couple of
Sorensen. That's his name.
Yeah.
Anders Sorensen.
Sorensen, there we go. Him coaching the Icehogs, the Rockford Icehogs, they have been doing good. I will say not as good as my good old Griffins team, but they have been playing phenomenal. But now that you can see now that Sorensen is up in the NHL, that the Icehogs have fallen off just a tiny bit. So you can really tell that Sorensen is going to be a good coach for right now. And it's gonna bring a good fire. It has been. I mean, Blackhawks are on a 3-game streak.
Yes, they needed a change up there. Indeed, it wasn't clicking. Even though the team isn't that good, it just didn't seem like the talent was being brought out of one of their most shining stars, and that was Bedard, and that was an issue. And the one thing that we're learning in sports, and I feel like it's such a no-brainer, but at the same time, we get so caught up in the hype of players that we really forget how much coaching matters. We really forget that Michael Jordan didn't win a championship until Phil Jackson became his coach. We really forget that the Bears didn't win a Super Bowl until Mike Ditka became the coach. It seems like these things just go over our head. The Cubs didn't break the curse until they got a proper coach. And you remember, go back to that time. That coach was liked, and the Cubs had to come in and say, nope, you're not that guy. We need Madden. He's the guy. He's the guy that's going to help us win. Ozzie Guillen comes in out of nowhere, gets an interview just out of a favor for Jerry Reinsdorf. Jerry Reinsdorf asked Kenny Williams to do him a favor and give him an interview. And he blew him away so well in that interview, the Sox were going to win the World Series in 2005. Coaching matters. And, the Blackhawks had that coach at one time with Quenneville. who would move on. And I think he's won a title since the Blackhawks, hasn't he?
Maybe, possibly.
I think so. I'm trying to. Mom, I got to go back and look at that. But I think he might, because he's just such a solid, good coach. And I think that this was the right move. Even if Sorensen is not the coach to lead them to, where they can win the cup, he seems that he's gonna be key in developing, and that's what the Hawks need right now. They need that more than anything. The game you referenced, by the way, out there for all listeners too, the Hawks are playing against the Calgary Flames today at 3 p.m. And Sophia, do you think they got a solid shot?
Honestly, with the way that they have been playing, if you look at the standings, like the past couple, ever since Richardson's been fired, the games are pretty close. The scores are so close.
Yes.
They're down by 2. They're down by 1. But then, and honestly, ever since Richardson's been fired, they only lost 1 game. It looks like 1 or 2 games.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. They've been playing real solid hockey. Looks like they've been since he's been fired. They went on to beat the Rangers. Then they lost. They lost against the Islanders and the Devils. But then they would go on to. Then that's where they've hit this streak now. 5-3 against the Islanders, 3-2 against the Capitals, and then 3-1 against the Kraken. So it's not like they're just beating some basement teams here either, guys.
No.
These are solid teams, and so this is a nice bright spot to see that the Hawks are like exciting again, and we're starting to see production out of Bedard again.
I will say though, but which comes along with a brand new coach comes along with team morale, and that's what you got to see is that like these players now you can actually see that they're excited to go to practice. They're excited to go to the games. They're excited to play because it kind of looked, not gonna lie, it looked a little bit depressing in the past, 26 games or how many games they've played. But for the first part of the season where Richardson was still the coach, you could see the players that sparkle, that look in their eye was not there, but now it's back. Like it's ignited. And they're ready to play.
I wish that was true with that team that is residing at Hallis Hall right now, formerly known as the Chicago Bears, a.k.a. Cancun Chumps. But we're gonna move on from there. Blake, we got to give Sophia her flowers. She is a big-time Lions fan, and you know what? You guys do have the coach, Dan Campbell. That guy, wow, what an amazing, inspirational guy. He's going to be leading your team against the beloved Chicago Bears tomorrow at noon. Oh boy, I'll tell you. You know what? Yeah, exactly. But I'll tell you what, though.
We'll need it.
We're definitely going to need it. But, we're going to give you your flowers because you deserve it. Detroit, for so long, has been the bottom dwellers, and now they sit 12-2. Do they have an honest shot, Sophie, even though they've been suffering injuries left and right?
Honestly, they do because we still have good players on that roster. Every player on that roster, on the standings, they're all so good. They have such a good team morale. Like I said, they all have like nicknames. It's so funny. Like they are the chillest team probably in the.
She's right though.
Like they all rely on each other.
I love the explanation. I love it.
And but also at the same time, we have coach. Coach is not if there's a player that's hurt, coach knows exactly who to put in. He has everything thought out. I mean, he is playing trick plays after trick plays. He is just doing whatever he feels like.
Yeah, yes, indeed.
Working.
It's working. That they're full, man. I mean, Dan Campbell, not only is he established himself as one of the top head coaches in the game, but he's surrounded himself with the right staff too, as he's got 2 of the hottest coordinators that are coaching candidates out there with Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. Sophia, we know that you got to get up out of here. We thank you so much for joining us. We always love when the great Sophia Blackburn could come here and rub our faces in the fact that Detroit is awesome and the Bears suck. But no, all joking aside, thank you so much for joining us and breaking down all things Blackhawks and talking hockey with us. We love whenever you can come and join us. You have a great Christmas holiday and be safe out there.
Yes, you guys,
Sophia.
You know what? you know what? Chicago's next. Chicago is next for coming up. But yes, thank you, boys, and have a great holiday season.
Excellent. We wait for you to come and join us in person. You're always welcome here in the Chi-Town. Have a good one, Sophia.
All right. Great. Bye-bye.
And that was the great Sophia Blackburn sitting here breaking down a little hockey with us. And Brother Balake, as we get ready to turn the corner, we touched on it very quickly. But yes, the team that resides over at Hallis Hall, the team that plays along the lake, our beloved Chicago Bears. The fans are the faithful, punched in the mouth once again as the Chicago Bears decided to show us absolutely nothing as they laid down to the Minnesota Vikings 30-12 on Monday Night Football. As the play that they've run multiple times, Mr. Doug Kramer, in as fullback, didn't even have the wherewithal to report to the ref when they would try to go and score when the game was still close. And if that Blake doesn't speak volumes about this season in this team, where's Eberflus to blame for that one? Oh, I can't find him. Oh, I guess the whole staff is flawed. No, it's not. And I think that that's crap now that Thomas Brown has got to get dumped on because he's left with this mess of a roster, this joke of a team that has been put together. And you know what? There's anger out there, Blake. There's anger. Should some of that anger be pointed at Ryan Poles? Give me your thoughts.
Oh, Marcus. When I was preparing for this show, I knew this kind of topic would come up, and I thought about it for a while because I love Ryan Poles. I think he's done a lot of good.
He got our quarterback. He got us our quarterback.
He got us our quarterback, and that is something. He made the trade to get that guy. He made the big trade with the Panthers to set himself up to get this guy. And whether you want to call it luck, this, that, the other, I do not care. He was the guy to do it. Now, when I watch this game on Monday Night Football, and I'm really not watching. I'm staring at a screen as I'm just watching this lifeless corpse happen to be wearing the Chicago Bears uniforms running around the field. There's still a ton of flaws on this roster, and we've said it all season. When Braxton Jones goes down with an injury and you have to turn to Kieran Amagaji, your rookie mid-round pick.
The turnstile?
And he gets obliterated. And I understand he's a rookie, and I understand there's a process to develop. Offensive linemen need development as well. They don't come in and are automatically all-stars unless they're like a highly touted first-round pick. But this guy was getting Caleb blown up on his blind side every single play.
That one play where he gets sacked and oh my God, you just lets the guy blow off the line. I thought he was annihilated, brother. When sacked, fumble. I'm lucky Caleb. I don't care that the ball got fumbled. You know, anybody that wants to focus on a fumble when a kid takes a shot like that square in the numbers, you're just cruel because I'm just lucky that kid was able to get up off the ground.
Yeah, it was bad. And like, I guess initially from your first question, Ryan Poles definitely deserves some of this blame. The firing narratives, I'm not going there quite yet, just simply because he still has a lot to prove. You don't blow up, you don't get rid of a general manager after 3 seasons. He had to strip this thing down and build it back up. But again, I mean, it's a huge offseason. I'm ready to just get to it at this point. When the Bears games become a chore rather than something enjoyable, that's when you know the season needs to be over soon. We have 3 more weeks. Let's just battle. Let's lock our arms together and get through it. But, I mean, Ryan Poles, the seat went from low to medium, and it's still around medium, but a bad offseason could flip that thing to hot really fast.
Yeah, I'm not out on him yet. And I know that the sentiment is out there. I know that we've heard the talk. Some of the other stations have been screaming, hey, this guy did this and he did that. Okay, let's point them out real fast. Chase Claypool, we have lamented that was a horrible, horrible trade. And it was a second-round pick. Those are costly. And that's the thing that people do have to understand. It's the truth about Chicago sports. So we're going to tell you the truth, and that is a truth. You don't give away second-round picks for a guy that you end up having to trade that gave you no production. I mean, actually literally zero production, and you gave up a second-round pick. Yeah, you were able to salvage something out of it. I think they got a fourth in return, maybe a fifth or something. But the first and second-round picks are blue-chip players. They're coveted picks, and you don't give them away for a guy that didn't even put up. I think he caught a touchdown for him, maybe. It was so pathetic. His output was so minimum that it was sad that move happened. Okay, huge mistake on polls. All right, Nate Davis signing. Another huge mistake. Not because Nate Davis can't play. And see, that's the part that I'm not going to use against him. Everybody wants to sit there and yell at him for Nate Davis as though Nate Davis couldn't play. Nate Davis can play. The problem is Nate Davis didn't want to practice. Nate Davis had no interest in trying to be a team player. And therefore, Nate Davis was cut. People talk about the Bears being afraid to bring in players that they think are going to rock the culture, but that's actually the exact opposite. I believe they thought that the culture of their team would help Nate Davis and would bring out the best in him, and instead they were wrong and they got burned, and maybe their culture isn't as good as they thought it was, and that's on Ryan Poles. That I will hold against him. But trying to sign a young would perceive to be top offensive lineman for your quarterback, for the block for your quarterback for the next 5 to 7 years was that unfortunately it didn't work. So yes, that does go against you, but not because Nate Davis couldn't play. It's because Nate Davis didn't want to play. So I'm not going to hold it against him and say he didn't evaluate properly in terms of, he got a guy that just came in and was a turnstile. No, when Nate Davis was engaged, Nate Davis was solid. He was real solid when he was engaged. But unfortunately, when this season started, he was out of shape, paid, and didn't give a crap. And then once he got benched, you'd have thought that you'd have saw a fire and a fight from him, and instead you just saw a dude just wilt and wimp out. And that's why he was cut and let go. All right, mistake number 3, Velus Jones being drafted. Why? And that was a 3rd-round pick. So if your blue chips are your 1 and your 2, then definitely a 3rd-round pick is a guy that could potentially be a solid starter. If not, could be at least maybe maybe not a Pro Bowl player, but what's the All-Pro? He could possibly be an All-Pro maybe once or twice here and there in his career is what you're looking at in the 3rd round. But those are your key round picks in the draft, the first 3 rounds. Then after that, you start getting projects, hopes, reaches, the 4th, 5th, and 6th rounds. If you're able to nail the Tom Brady somehow, wow, you did a great job. If you're able to nail the Antonio Brown, I believe he was a 4th-round pick, man, dang, you got lucky. But the blue chippers are usually the first 3 picks, and so you wasted a 3rd-round pick on Velus Jones. Yeah, that's on you. That's on you, Ryan. And you have to live with that. And then when you had the chance to trade him, you held on to him longer than you needed to. And then when his value was completely zeroed out, you just had to cut him, which, all mistakes on you. You drafted a punter in the 4th round this year. A punter, as though you didn't need offensive line depth. You drafted a punter, and he's in the middle of the pack. He's an average punter. I don't think that you should be drafting an average punter in the 4th round. Austin Booker is a no-show, who was your 5th-round pick, and Amagaji is a project. Why are you drafting projects in the 3rd round once again? You didn't learn from Velus? So those are the marks against him. Marks for him: Kyler Gordon, Jaquan Brisker, Caleb Williams, Roma Doomsday, the extension of Cole Kmet, cheap. The extension of DJ Moore, not overpaying. The trade for Keenan Allen, bad now, but if he was healthy, if the line was solid, would the Keenan Allen trade really be that bad? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it looks bad now that the team is, 1, 2, 3 Cancun, let's go home. But You know, when he was locked in, you go back to that Vikings game. You go back to that Lions game, the first meeting. You go back to that Commanders game when he's making key grabs for them and helping them move the ball down the field. So I'm not going to say it was a bad trade because I think it only cost us a 4th-round pick. I'm not going to say it was a bad trade. But at the same time, it's just, I guess, unfortunate that it didn't work out. We'll see how it goes if they decide to resign him or move on. I guess that'll be the real story of that trade ultimately. Because if we did only get 1 year of average service, or I guess incomplete service, because he did start the season off injured, we have to see with that one, right? So we're not gonna hold that one against Poles, right? We'll leave that one for now. But I still see more good than bad, Blake.
Yeah, I do too, and that's why I don't think that the firing Ryan Poles thing is getting too much legs behind it. Yes, like the armchair, or what do they call it, like the armchair quarterbacks or the Monday morning quarterbacks. You know, they'll always overreact, and I am not. I can do that as well, overreacting on a short time frame before letting things settle. But Ryan Poles is just one of the guys in this organization that I just don't think deserves that yet, because he is, like you just mentioned, all those things that he's done well. Obviously, he's done some things wrong. We can't overreact to the super bad moves, and we really can't overreact to the super good ones either, because, like we said, 3 years. The thing that really ticked this thing up for me, or his hot seat, was the firing of Matt Eberflus, because I was not fully in on him.
But
bringing Eberflus back.
And but that's where I have questions as well, brother. Did he hold on to him because he wanted to, or was he forced to? And I think that if we could get the real answer behind that, it could give us a lot more insight into how we can evaluate the whole process of Eberflus and Ryan Poles together. Because if Poles wanted him gone earlier and he was forced to keep him, then, hey, no blame on Poles. But if Ryan Poles kept him when he knew that this guy should be let go, that, hey, the clock's on you, buddy. This is, once again, The Truth About Chicago Sports here on WRMN 1410 AM. You're joined by your host, Marcus Mack, and brother Blake Cowell, as we break down all Chicago sports: Bears, Bulls, Blackhawks, Sox, and more. Continue to call in if you want to join the show, 847-931-1410. Here in The Truth About Chicago Sports Studio 14. We love you giving us your time here on Saturday, Fox Valley Sports.
Attention restaurant owners, are you struggling with grease trap issues or bulk grease removal? Look no further than Hopkins Grease Company. Serving the greater Chicago area since 1947, Hopkins Grease has been the go-to company for grease recycling and maintenance, offering a range of specialized services for restaurants, big or small. From used cooking oil collection to grease trap cleaning, their full fleet of vehicles and dedicated team of employees ensures fast, efficient service in areas like Elgin, Crystal Lake, Algonquin, and Schaumburg. And they're not just a business. They are part of your community. As a family-owned company, Hopkins Grease is big enough to meet your needs, but small enough to give you personalized, friendly service. And they proudly support America's First Responders through our partnership with America's First Responders Fest. So when you choose Hopkins Grease, you're choosing a company that gives back. Need service today? Call Hopkins Grease at 847-458-4040. We're ready to take your grease worries off your plate.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 11 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. The Senate has approved final passage of a bipartisan plan that would temporarily fund federal operations and disaster aid, averting a temporary government shutdown, and President Biden is expected to sign it today. Worn out by all the drama and hearing about government shutdowns every time Congress is approaching a new budget deadline, Congressman Derrick Van Orden of Wisconsin says he's got an idea.
I put in a bill last year when we were talking about this stuff that if there's a government shutdown, the only entity, and I mean the only entity that does not get paid is Congress, and we don't get back pay.
The Senate has passed legislation to boost Social Security payments for millions of people.
The bill is a longtime priority for former public employees. The bipartisan bill next heads to President Biden. It will eliminate longtime reductions to Social Security benefits for nearly 3 million people who receive pensions because they worked in federal, state, and local government or public service jobs like teachers, firefighters, and police officers.
That is Ron Taylor reporting. Senator Tom Cotton is concerned that the administration's not taking those drone sightings seriously enough.
It's not something that we should just laugh off or treat as innocent. It's something that we need to get to the bottom to, and the Biden administration needs to give clear answers. And even if there are innocent explanations, it's the kind of thing that is done to numb and dull one's senses and make one complacent.
Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas, interviewed this week by the Salem Radio Network. Amazon workers affiliated with the Teamsters Union are on strike for a second day at 7 of the company's delivery hubs. That's just days before Christmas. Teamsters represent some 10,000 workers at 10 Amazon facilities. Amazon employs about 1.5 million people. More from townhall.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-885-3333. That's 800-885-3333. 800-885-3333.
Alaska Governor Mike Dunleavy has a wish list for the incoming Trump administration.
This includes oil and gas exploration in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge and reversing restrictions on logging and road building. Dunleavy has asked President-elect Trump to issue a state-specific executive order aimed at achieving those goals and others. Along with other Republican political leaders in the state, he has expressed excitement about Mr. Trump's return to the White House and sees him as being much more friendly to resource development in Alaska than President Biden. John Scott reporting.
Tesla is recalling almost 700,000 vehicles because of an issue with a warning light on the tire pressure monitoring system on those vehicles. The warning light may not stay lit up, they say, between drive cycles, confusing drivers about whether or not their tires have enough pressure. Driving with too low a pressure could increase the risk of a crash. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. A car plowed into a busy outdoor Christmas market in the eastern German city of Magdeburg Friday, killing at least 5 people.
A rental car was used. Police are describing this as an attack. That's because it seems to have been deliberate. The suspect has been arrested. He appears to have been working on his own. So far, we don't really know anything about the motive. The suspect is originally from Saudi Arabia, has been in Germany for about 20 years, working as a doctor. And I think that's the big question. Why would he carry out such an attack? Police don't seem to think that they have any known links between him and Islamist extremism.
That's BBC's Damian McGuinness. The flu season is upon us, with cases surging across much of the U.S. The CDC notes a sharp increase in several measurements, including lab tests and emergency room visits, both increasing over the past several weeks. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Looking to stay informed on the political issues that truly matter? I'm Dennis Sonar Green, inviting you to join me every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town, is where you'll find clear, balanced analysis of the day's biggest news. We dig into the headlines, cutting through the noise to deliver the facts and insights you need to stay informed. Whether you're deeply into politics or just want to understand what's going on, this show offers the depth and perspectives that matter. Tune in every weekday from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. on WRMN and be part of the conversation that's shaping our community. Let's navigate today's political landscape together on Apolitical Talk Show, only on WRMN, the talk of the town.
And welcome back to the show. This is The Truth About Chicago Sports with your host, Marcus Mack. I'm joined by brother Blake Cowell. We are here at WRMN 1410 AM Studio 14. Let's go. And Blake, we left off talking about the Chicago Bears, and we talked about Ryan Poles, the good, the bad that he's done so far. And ultimately, like, we both came to the decision that I think that he still needs time to cook, let him work. But yes, there are questions about you, and the clock is on you, especially after the fire Matt Eberflus. So that's your first coach. Every gym usually gets two coaches, so now you're on coach number 2. I just wholeheartedly hope, and I'm under the belief now that Kevin Warren is officially established at his job, that Poles will be allowed to select the coach of his choosing. And my fingers are crossed, man, that they get this one right this time. My fingers are crossed because, like we were talking about earlier, Blake, coaching matters, and we see it big time. We see right now a young coach that's up against it, really put, like I referenced earlier, really put in an impossible situation to where I don't know what Thomas Brown can get out of this team. As I clearly in my belief is that they folded the tents up after the Commanders game, and I don't know how one play, the Hail Mary, could break you. You clearly were a much more fragile team than you led on in the media meetings and in your Hard Knocks special, where you were running around looking like you were so cute when everybody got a podcast. Some kind of a way along the way you forgot teamwork matters in football. And, you know, that Commanders game just clearly broke them. The defense gave up on Eberflus, and the offense revolted against Waldron. And then we saw when they finally got a proper mixture and got Thomas Brown in as OC, Eberflus's ineptitudes would only be magnified even more, which I'm not going to say forced the team, but definitely it was the final decision for the team to implode on him, forcing the Bears to replace a coach that, for the first time midseason, something they had not done ever in franchise history. We thought that there would be a jolt and a pop, like we talked about with Sophia Blackburn earlier with the Blackhawks. But we see they got that jump and that pop when they got the new coach in place. And instead, with the new coach in place, this team has looked worse. They've looked worse. I mean, I get it if it's just, hey, we're ready for vacation, we're done, we're just trying not to get hurt, let's play it out. But if it's that, then that's sad. Because literally right before Eberflus would get fired, you were 2019 against the Packers, 30-27 against the Vikings, 23-20 against the Lions. And then after Eberflus is fired, 38-13 drubbing by a 49ers team that is so beat up and banged up that they would take me and you on the field right now, Blake. Then they turn around in a game where they could get some get back against a Minnesota Vikings team that narrowly defeated you in embarrassing fashion on your home floor, and instead you walked out there and you looked like an amateur team. You put a rookie left tackle out there that was completely unprepared, no help, no chip blocks. That's on you, coaching staff. And you know what? Thomas Brown is overwhelmed. Gosh, how could he not be? He goes from being a positions coach to being the offensive coordinator and then the head coach all within a month. And on top of it is a team that's in a downward spiral with a rookie quarterback. Oh my goodness, talk about putting a guy up against it and saying, hey, go do something with that. And the team has looked pathetic. And so I don't know what to expect tomorrow when they meet the Lions along the lakefront. From everything that I've seen so far, this team has already decided to mail in, and I'm just hoping that the offensive line has enough guts and intestinal fortitude to block for the poor young kid, and he doesn't get hurt. And I'm under the wholehearted belief that if he takes a beating again against this Vikings team, I know everyone is all about, man, he should play. Yeah, he should play, but not at the detriment of his health. And I'm like, if he walks away from this Lions game healthy, but he takes a beating, shut it down. There's nothing to prove in a short, literally a 4-day turnaround to play the Seahawks. I repeat that again, a 4-day turnaround to play the Seahawks. So, no, I mean, they already are coming off of a short week because they played on Monday night, and now they're playing again on Sunday. And then you're going to turn around 4 days later and play the Seahawks. If he takes a beating, Tyler Bagent, and I don't care, because I doubt that the Packers, even at the last game of the season, more than likely the odds are Packers probably aren't playing the starters. I'm going to go here real quick and look at the standings real fast, but I think the Packers playoff place is kind of looks like it's about almost cemented. I'm looking here, they're number 3. They're 2 games behind Minnesota, the Eagles, and Detroit, and we've got 3 games left after this week. Well, we got 3 games left currently with this week coming up.
After this,
so the Packers. So depending on how this week plays out, if they lose, or even if everybody else they stay status quo, then they really won't, have a chance to climb and overtake the division, because I think the Vikings and the Lions have the tiebreaker over them. I got to go back and double check that to make sure. But yeah, this is the last, I guess, real big week for the Packers and for the Vikings and Detroit as well. So it won't be easy for the Bears to. Don't think that the Bears are getting the Detroit Lions team that's coming to lay down, even with all their vast injuries that they've suffered. They still have a great coaching staff. Much better than ours. And so they're going to have that at their advantage, and they've still got a more complete team, still got a better offensive line, and just got a team that has more heart, honestly. Let's just call it what it is. So if Detroit goes on to win, if the Vikings go on to win again, the Packers, really, it's going to be big. Then if they lose, I don't see them at that point. If the Packers lose that last game of the season, more than likely they're sitting their starters. More than likely, even though it's Bears-Packers, I don't see why they would risk injury against a nothing team, because that's exactly what you'd be doing. You'd be risking injury of your players against a team that literally has nothing to play for. And yeah, they might actually find some heart and fight in that Packers game, the last game of the season. But if I'm the Green Bay Packers, why am I offering my players up for potential injury against a team that's done? That's done. You know?
Yeah, no, 100%.
So,
I mean, this is, I was just say 100%. I mean, why should we get excited about a team that's not even excited to go out there and play, and it's kind of just the point of the season. Thomas Brown got dealt the hand he was dealt, and that's, the good and the bad side of the NFL. And at the end of the day, it's a business. And like we've mentioned over the course of the season, so he's kind of shared the good start and then the steep decline of the year that's gone on. Thomas Brown had 2 different job promotions within a month, and now he might be out of a job in another month, So Thomas Brown riding the highs of getting his first opportunity to be a head coach in the NFL, and unfortunately, the things beyond his control is going to be that he's going to end up losing his job for no reason, really, essentially. At least on the Bears, hopefully another team picks him up in some capacity, and I think they will. But like you mentioned, we have 3 games left. The number one thing on everyone's mind should be just keep Caleb Williams healthy, keep him upright the best you can. And if the last game of the season comes and neither team is really playing for anything, and if the Bears are kind of locked into their draft position, then there's no more reps to be had here for Caleb Williams. Like, he's had all these reps. It's not really about progression at this point, because Thomas Brown's not going to be the head coach next year. It feels cemented that that's just not going to be the case. Maybe I'm utterly surprised and they do hire him, but at this point I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think Ben Johnson's going to get a good, decent crack at it, as well as Joe Brady, as well as Mike Vrabel. I think those are the top 3 names the Bears will be looking at, unless they swing one of those big trades for like a Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay, which we'll see that down the road. But that's just kind of where we're at in this Bears season. It's just get through it, see if the team has enough pride and enough willpower, I guess, to play 3 more football games and keep them as close as they can, and maybe play spoiler to the Detroit Lions tomorrow and send them kind of toward maybe not getting the number 1 seed. The Philadelphia Eagles are hot on their tracks, and maybe even the Green Bay Packers. We'll see what happens as their season rolls on. But, yeah, it looks like they're kind of locked into a playoff spot, too, at this point. So opportunities to play spoiler, but with the way that this team is acting and playing, I don't see that being the case. I think they lose 3 more and go home sorry on I guess at that point it'd be 11-game losing streak, but who's counting at this point?
Yeah, at that point it'll just be an afterthought of the losing streak. I think that, like, you know, the most important part that we've wanted is the development of Caleb, and I feel like I've seen that, and it's getting to a point where now it's about his health. I'm not, and that's the thing, is that, you know, putting in Bajan is not saying that the Bears are mailing in their season or saying that they expect to lose. I would still wholeheartedly expect the Bears to try to go out there and beat that Green Bay Packers team. The thing is that I just don't want it to be a situation where you literally lose your franchise quarterback against potentially a team that's playing their backups. And their backups have nothing to lose, getting themselves tuned up for a playoff game. And now all of a sudden your quarterback sustains a season-ending injury at the end of the season, which will affect the start of next year. And at this point, make no mistake about it, we're focusing on next year, whether we want to admit it or not. That's what we're doing. We're focusing on next year. And it's just about just trying to get through it at this point, get through it healthy. I do still want to see them play competitive football, but I also don't want my young franchise quarterback to take any more hits the way he took against the Vikings, the way he's taken all season. I just don't see anything fruitful from that. So I think that if this is, you know, hey, the last game, so be it. I'm okay with that. And then the Seahawks and the Packers, I'm totally fine with Bajan finishing it up. Let's let him get some looks, get some reps in. We know what Caleb is. We know that Caleb is the future. There's nothing wrong with having your backup, you know, get some reps and some time in so that if he is ever called upon, he's got that experience. Because guess what? There is no guarantee that your quarterback is going to stay healthy year after year. And it'd be awesome if you could have that competitive, solid backup quarterback, something that also the Bears have never really been able to hold and garner. And it, just in case your starter does go down, you know that you got competitive backup play to come in and keep leading the team. The thing that has been the most disappointing about it all, Blake, is just the lack of fight. And you see the other teams, you see the difference. You see how they come out and play with their hair on fire. And at one time, the Bears did. And I haven't seen the defense play with their hair on fire. A couple people still do. I'm not going to say the whole entire defense, because I'll tell you, Edwards is still out there playing like a man on a mission. Kyler Gordon is still playing like a man on a mission. But Montez Sweat, once he got injured, I got paid and I don't want to get injured anymore. The DJ Moore, I don't want to get injured. I got paid. I'm not trying to get injured. You know, who else? Jalen Johnson, you know, hey, I finally got paid, and you know what? I'm going to keep claiming I'm one of the best corners in the game. But yet I won't go to coach and say, hey, coach, let me shadow Justin Jefferson for the entire game. You know what? It's on me, coach. Try to find a way for me to fit in the scheme in this defensive scheme still, with me being allowed to shadow this guy the whole game. That's one of the best wide receivers in the game. You claim you're the best, one of the best cornerbacks. And of course, when Justin Jefferson caught one of his touchdowns, or I think the touchdown he caught in the game, who wasn't defending him? Jalen Johnson. So, you know, I mean, you know, you guys got these contracts, and you said that you are these top players, but yet you're clearly just wanting to go home. We can see it from the effort out there, and there's only a couple guys. I see Caleb Williams giving his best effort. I see Roma Doomsday still out there giving his best effort. But you know who I don't see giving their best effort anymore? Cole Kmet, Keenan Allen. Guys that are just like, hey, we got paid, you know what, and I'm just ready to go on vacation. And, you know, that's the part that has been the most disheartening, because previous Bears teams, you go back to that team last year, they were fighting for Justin. They weren't fighting. See, people got it confused. Everybody thought they were fighting for Eberflus. Eberflus has changed the defense. And no, they made a trade for Montez Sweat, a healthy Montez Sweat, and he came on strong, changed his defense. Because that defense was average before that trade. Mm-hmm. And then that trade happened, and then the talks of them being elite started. But it wasn't complete, because they still didn't get another proper pass rusher opposite Montez Sweat. And what happened once Montez Sweat got injured and started to struggle this year? Zilch from the other side of the football. Mm-hmm. As soon as Billings went down, Javon Dexter now became exposed in the middle. It's just been a domino effect. And so, yeah, I mean, just massive disappointment, Blake, because I see now that this team was fighting for Justin last year, and they're not fighting. They didn't fight for Eberflus this year, nor are they fighting for Caleb Williams, the young rookie quarterback. Hold on, we got somebody calling in on the line right now. Caller, you're on the air. You're here on The Truth About Chicago Sports with Marcus Mack and Blake Cowell. What's going on? Let's talk some sports.
Hey, guys, good show. Listen to you all the time. I just thought I'd put my 10 cents in the Bears.
Please do.
The one thing that everybody forgets is, and I've been saying this for at least 10 years, ownership. Because the owners don't want to put the money out. Everybody's going to the games. Why should they even turn around and want to get more money to coaches and players when everybody's buying their garbage, and going to the games?
Yep,
they're making money hand over fist.
They're fat and happy. And that's the thing we were talking about even last week. And I actually almost kind of went on a mini rant about this, was the fact of that ownership doesn't have to do anything except sit back and collect their checks. And they're getting them every year. And we all drink the Kool-Aid constantly. And we try to say that we won't. We're going to boycott. But then the draft happens. Then free agent happens. And we get all excited again. And we're like, oh, yeah. And then we get dropped right back on our face. And until ownership truly changes, I just don't think that something's ever will change at Hallis Hall. But I'm really hoping, brother. I got my finger out there that Kevin Warren can set it straight. This is going to be year 3 for him next year. We need to see a stadium built, and we need to see the right head coach hired.
I'll tell you what. Bears. Yeah. The Bears are the laughing stock of the NFL in the whole country. And they all know it because of all this talk, and then nobody will believe the Bears anymore. Let's just put it to you this way: nobody wants to work for the Bears. You don't want a Belichick, you don't want a Jim Harbaugh, because they know what the whole situation is going to be. Until that format and that ownership changes and that mentality, what the one guy is saying, culture, he's exactly right. He's exactly right. Sooner or later, it's going to come to it. I firmly believe when Virginia McCaskey dies,
God rest his soul, rest in peace.
That'll probably sell the team. But it hasn't changed in 20 years. I mean, it hasn't changed since the house. It's frustrating in a part, but I always tell my friends that are Bear fans, get off their pedestal, stop buying their stuff, stop going to the games, pick another team. I wish Chicago had 2 teams instead of 1, because I'd be going for the other team. But anyway, you guys have a great show. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Thanks for
joining us, brother.
Merry Christmas.
That was a great call in right there, Brother Blake. I know you wanted to touch on that real quick. Go ahead and jump in. What was your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, and he makes a lot of good points. It's ownership. It starts from the top. Chicago is known for having owners that, I'm not going to say don't care, but I'm also not going to say do care, because if they did care, they'd be operating like the Stephen Cohen Mets. They'd be operating like the Steinbrenner Yankees. They'd be operating like teams who consistently make an effort to make their teams better, and the Bears cannot get out of their own way. And I really think that it's not so much the money aspect, and that's where I'd kind of disagree with you, callers. The Bears can they've shelled out big contracts before. They just paid DJ Moore. They signed Robert Quinn to a huge deal when he was around, and they've done other big contracts in the past. The thing where I will say is that it all starts with George McCaskey, the chairman, who thinks that he is a smart dude. And business-wise, maybe he is a smart guy because he's richer than I'll ever be. And he's able to run this organization that keeps making money because, like you said, we keep going to the games. We keep buying whatever is put on the table. But his only big weakness is that he thinks he is the smartest businessman in the world. And as smart as you might be in business, that doesn't mean you are a smart football mind. And I think that's where Kevin Warren has to kind of block George McCaskey and say, hey, man, you hired me to do a job. You either let me do this job or fire me. Because let's be honest, Kevin Warren can go get a job anywhere else he wants. He's a smart football dude. He's been in the industry for a long time. Was commissioner of the Big Ten for all those years. He knows football. He's been around football.
Yeah. No,
he knows football.
And that's why I say it's year 3 coming up for him. So the time clock is on him as well. But I mean, you know, he has just started to settle into the job. And make no mistake about it, it was a mess. He had to clean through, he's had to clean through an absolute organization mess. And he's still trying to pick up a lot of the pieces. So, I mean, what I'm really looking for in year 3, I want to see the right head coach hired, but I do want to see shovels in the ground. I want to see a new stadium. I say the heck with the lakefront. I get that Chicago is trying to do everything in their power to keep the Chicago Bears there, and that's a whole nother conversation for another time that we can't do on this show. But make no mistake about it, the Chicago gets paid from the Chicago Bears playing there. And so, yeah, they're trying to do anything in their power to keep them from moving to Arlington. But I feel like you got the land, it's there for you, and everything makes sense to go there. So I hope that can happen. I hope that Kevin Warren can navigate and really make that come to fruition, and then making sure in navigating that the right coach is hired. Yes, it should be Ryan Pohl's decision, but you're the boss man. You need to oversee that decision. It just shouldn't be Pohl's making it blindly with no input from you whatsoever. Hey, this is my coaching candidates, Kevin. Okay, great. I like these. And what have they shown you to make you believe this is the next head coach for the Chicago Bears? That's the way that conversation should be happening. And then once Pohl's has said this is why, okay, go ahead and hire your coach. That's how that process hopefully should go down. And we can start to get some sense of stability up there, because that is what's needed. That's what changed the Detroit Lions. And, you know, a caller referenced Virginia, and he is right about one thing. No, they will not ever sell when Virginia is alive. I have great insider knowledge here. Another truth about Chicago sports. Virginia made a promise to Papa Bear Hatless that she would not ever sell the team. She will not break that promise to her dad. Remember, daddy's girls always listen to Papa, even here and after the grave.
Yeah, no kidding. But like we said, and even talking with Sophia Blackburn earlier in the show, you know, she's a big Detroit Lions girl, and that is something that you need to change a culture, because, I mean, the Fords didn't sell the Lions. They just got out of their own way and brought in Dan Campbell, who was like, hey, we're going to punch teams in the mouth. We're going to keep punching them. We're going to get up and punch them. And that's just the hard-nosed football. And that's why I advocate a lot for Vrabel to be the head coach, because he will set that standard of we're going to play the right way. We're going to do the right things. We're going to be respected. Teams will respect us. They will fear us. And not to say Ben Johnson can't be that guy, but I would rather have
but he's not proven yet.
Candidate.
He's not proven yet.
Not proven.
And that's all. And that's the only thing. If we're going to go out then you might as well just give the job to Thomas Brown. If we're going to give it to guys that have never coached, at least he's out here actually showing you that he knows how to run a team. We don't know if Ben Johnson can do that, but we're just going to give, because his offense looks cute. Well, you know what? You can still get a proven head coach to get an offensive coordinator that's got an offense that looks cute. All right. This is once again the truth about Chicago sports here on WRMN 1410 AM, Elgin, Illinois, Studio 14. When we return, we're talking more Bears here on 1410 WRMN.
At School of Rock, we've got something for everyone. We're located at 353 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. For teens 12 to 18, our performance program prepares students for live shows at real rock venues. For ages 8 to 12, Rock 101 helps young musicians start their journey with private lessons and group rehearsals. Our rookies aged 6 to 7 explore instruments through fun games, while Little Wing, ages 4 to 5, introduces preschoolers to the basics of rock and roll music. And for adults 18 plus, we've got an exciting adult performance program for all skill levels, from beginners to experienced musicians. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up for a free trial. We start pre-enrollments in January, targeting a mid-February open. Unleash your inner rock star. Join us at School of Rock and let's make some noise.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com is the book called DUI Jury Trial, which is the true story of a truck driver in Illinois who was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol. Not only was he facing a revocation of his driver's license, but also a lifetime disqualification of his CDL, which would prevent him from ever driving a semi-truck again. This book includes backstories of the truck driver, the lawyers that defended the case, and the DUI expert witness who analyzed the case and then testified at trial as to the proper protocol procedures of the field sobriety tests as well as the breathalyzer test. This nonfiction novel also includes the actual court transcript from the jury trial, a courtroom showdown in which the final verdict would determine the fate of the defendant's livelihood. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com. At School of Rock, we've got something for everyone. We're located at 353 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. For teens 12 to 18, our performance program prepares students for live shows at real rock venues. For ages 8 to 12, Rock 101 helps young musicians start their journey with private lessons and group rehearsals. Our rookies aged 6 to 7 explore instruments through fun games, while Little Wing, ages 4 to 5, introduces preschoolers to the basics of rock and roll music. And for adults 18 plus, we've got an exciting adult performance program for all skill levels, from beginners to experienced musicians. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up for a free trial. We start pre-enrollments in January, targeting a mid-February open. Unleash your inner rock star. Join us at School of Rock and let's make some noise.
And welcome back to the show. This is The Truth About Chicago Sports with your host, Marcus Mack, here on WRMN 1410 AM, Elgin, Illinois, Studio 14. I'm joined by brother Blake Cowell as we're sitting there talking Chicago Bears to finish out to rounding up the show. And we're going to break down now the matchup, which we have already kind of referenced a little bit, and that is the Chicago Bears taking on the Detroit Lions at home, noon on Fox at the lakefront. Blake, what is the key to a victory? It's depressing. It's depressing to even say
the
because
enthusiasm is gone, Marcus. I understand.
Like when you say it, you're like, do I even believe it? Like, what's a key to the victory though? For if any possible way we can beat the Lions.
A key to a victory. I'm not going to replay the joke I did last week, but this is the key every week from here on out. The other team doesn't show up. But outside of that, I will say this: the Detroit defense is very banged up. They're very injured. They're in a next man up strategy right now. It sounds cliche to say the offense needs to show up, but obviously they do, and they're gonna. we're going to need a guy like Caleb Williams to go out there and have a career-level game to win. That's kind of the Bears' recipe right now. Is Caleb's going to have to play hero ball. He's going to have to set his team up. He's going to have to throw for 300-plus with 3 touchdowns, and that's really the key to a Bears victory is you got to outscore him because, let's be honest, Ben Johnson has this offense operating on an insane level. They will be without David Montgomery tomorrow. It's going to be all Jahmyr Gibbs. I think that spells bad news for the Bears because Jahmyr Gibbs is an explosive offensive playmaker, and I also have him in my fantasy playoffs. So I'm looking forward to seeing him score a bunch of points for me, even if it's at the Bears' expense. But that's the key to the game, man, is you're going to have to outscore the second top scoring offense in the NFL. And if they can do that, cool. I don't expect them to. I expect this to be a bad news for the Bears. I think they lose tomorrow like 38 to 14. Bears lose. It's gonna be a tough watch, but maybe I'll be surprised.
If they have any type of heart left in them, and we called for this last week, and we saw on full display on Monday night there was none. Then the Bears will try to show up and make a game out of it. And it's something they can. They took them to the brink last time, only for Matt Eberflus ineptitude to cost them that game. So to say, hey, Caleb can't do it. I mean, he came out there and he literally threw for 256 against Detroit, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. Of course, he was sacked 5 times, but he went out there and he played a really good game. Caleb, is it impossible for Caleb to come out there and really put on a stunning show? No, it's not. He's had 363 yards against the Colts, 304 against the Panthers. He went in there, and then he dropped 340 against Minnesota Vikings, very good Minnesota Vikings defense, and in their first matchup. So Caleb, yes, is very capable of going out there and throwing up 300, and that's what's going to be needed for this team to win. The last couple weeks, as we've seen, 134, 191, you have to ask yourself, is it been a regression? Is it because Thomas Brown is now not calling the games from upstairs and he's down on the ground, or is it just the team has packed it up? I'm not sure. But we also have to remember the rookie wall that is hit. Remember, this is the most football games Caleb Williams has ever played. He has never played this many games in a season at any point in his career, going from high school to college to now. This is the most games he has had to play in a season, and it's been a very tough season where he's enduring an 8-game losing streak. If I'm correct, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, 8-game losing streak. He's getting beat up from a very wilted and beleaguered offensive line. And yet this kid has still found a way he's right on the cusp of almost 3,000 yards. He's less than 100 yards away. So he's going to throw for 3,000 yards in his rookie year. With 3 games left, he's on a projection to throw at least 20 touchdowns, maybe possibly 6 interceptions, but he hasn't thrown an interception. Honestly, he hasn't thrown an interception since going back to Jacksonville. So he really hasn't. As the Bears' losing streak has gone, the kid hasn't thrown an interception. He's gone 8 games in this losing streak without throwing an interception. That's crazy that for a rookie that's gotten beat up as much as he has been beat up, as much influx has happened around him, some kind of way he still has stayed on task. And if someone had told me when this season started that Caleb Williams was going to have potentially 3,000 yards, 20 touchdowns to maybe 6 interceptions, I would have said Caleb Williams had a great season. Oh, yeah, by the way, he's rushed for 400 yards as well. That's just a small little stat that shouldn't go unnoticed.
No, it shouldn't. He's doing everything he can, man. I mean, and really, if you would have told me back in April that the Bears would have lost 8 games and they'd be kind of out of it by Thanksgiving, I would have been pretty shocked because, with coming into the season, there was this expectation that you could plug and play Caleb and it would probably work right away. And you could also make the argument that if in the right coaching situation, it probably could have, because you're right, he's not turning the football over. He is moving the sticks with his legs, and I don't think he played good on Monday night. I mean, he didn't. Past that,
but the turnovers are not there, and that was the thing that plagued Justin, right? Even though that was the mark, whether we won, whether we lost, Justin's turning the ball over too much. He's not seeing the field, and he's turning the ball over too much. Yeah, there's times where Caleb's not seeing the field, but he's not turning the ball over, you know?
Yeah, and when the game gets late, and really, I mean, we haven't seen it in a few weeks because we've been out of the games late. But, I mean, let's think about the game against the Lions. Let's think about the game against the Packers. Let's think about even the game against the Vikings in overtime, even though he took a big sack. And you could make an argument at that point in the game that's just about as bad as a turnover, but he wasn't turning the ball over when the lights were the brightest, and that was the problem with Justin, was that when he had an opportunity to go win a game, and that's what I always say, you know, when these games get late and the lights are the brightest and you have the football in your hands and you can go win the game yourself. We see Mahomes do it. We see Josh Allen do it. We see Joe Burrow do it. We see Lamar Jackson do it. Caleb Williams, for those couple weeks, he was doing it. He was putting his team in positions to win. Even the Commanders game, he played bad for 3.5 quarters. It was the worst game of his NFL career up to that point. What did he do? Led the team down the field with 4 minutes left, got them a touchdown, and they should have won the game. But again, that is where the coaching comes in. If the Bears can fix that problem this offseason, you know, I will hop back on the Bears train in full force because that's just what I do.
Yeah.
And I won't apologize for it. Yep. I never will. And I know you will do the same thing.
Yep. You know I will.
You're a diehard
you know I will.
fan, and
you
that's
know I
what
will.
We buy into it.
You know, as upset as I am right now, I'm literally sitting here in a Bears all black sweater that I got for Christmas. Thanks, Mom. Shots out. Coach's Bears hoodie, you know. So yeah, I represent a little custom wear, you know, that everybody's got one of these. You know, I got a flex like that. And but yeah, I mean, I'm just right there, still drinking the Kool-Aid, even in the midst of them losing. It's like, what do you want for Christmas? Well, I'll take that Bears hoodie because it just looks so nice. And you know, we're diehards, and we're gonna drink the Kool-Aid always. And you know what? That's to our detriment. But the hope is that when it turns around, you can say, man, I was there. And that's why I stay faithful, because when the turnaround happens, I just want to be able to say I stuck it out. I was there. But Lord knows they make it hard. Talk about taking some lumps along the way, my friend. And that's what we sit at. But at the same time, like I say, there's hope. There's hope. We have our quarterback. He is playing good. I mean, he is. I mean, he's not playing great, but for a rookie season, if someone had told me that this was going to be his numbers for his rookie season, I would have said, man, Caleb's going to have, that's a good rookie season. So now that I'm looking at it, and even though they're in the midst of losing, yes, he has looked like a rookie a lot of times. He's had some bad plays, taking some bad sacks. And he's missed some throws. Let's just call it what it is. I mean, hey, I'm not going to absolve the kid. I mean, there was a key play last week, on Monday night rather, where he had a chance and he completely missed thrown right over the middle, and he did. And so I mean, as much as I'm going to point out, you know, the bad play around him, I'm also going to point out when he has bad play himself. And so, yes, his deep ball accuracy has been off. I thought that would be a lot better. That's a little bit shocking. That was the one thing that Justin was very good at. And I think that's why it has looked so different for us, because we did get accustomed to that one thing. Yeah, Justin turned the ball over, held the ball too long, something that Caleb has been a victim of a little bit himself sometimes this season. But the one thing was that when he went for those deep shots, he connected. And so we kind of got accustomed to that, and we just automatically assumed that Caleb would come in because he is the better quarterback. Make no mistake, the numbers dictate it. As you could just see in itself, he's already putting up a much better season than Justin ever did in Justin's 3 years here at quarterback. He's doing it in 1 year, his first year. But it's been the deep ball accuracy. The deep ball accuracy has been surprisingly off. I know that is something though that is fixable. See, not being able to read the field, that's really hard to fix. That's either you get it or you don't. You either can progress and go through your progressions and make the proper player, or you can't. And Caleb seems like he can do that. But accuracy on the deep ball, that's about technique, fundamentals. That's something that could be worked on. That is something that could be fixed. And that's something that I know he's capable of, because we saw it at USC. We saw him connecting on many times with big plays down the field on the deep ball. And so his deep ball accuracy, I think, has a lot to do with being shell-shocked, because of taking so many shots, not knowing if the offensive line is going to hold up their end of the bargain whenever you drop back. And it's also just not having that familiarity and trust in the players around you because, like I say, this is his first year. And I think sometimes we get caught up in our evaluation of him like he's a 5-year vet because he looks like it sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, that's the funny part about it. He talks like it and he looks like it sometimes. And his stats would suggest veteran stats. You go look at Troy Aikman's rookie season. You go look at Peyton Manning's rookie season. You go look at David Carr's rookie season. Those stats were, woo! Boy, let me tell you, and the interceptions were up there. When you see a kid that's got 17 and 5 and almost 3,000 yards, yeah, your mind is automatically thinking, oh, those kind of like veteran numbers, But no, this is his first time around, and so I've been just keeping all of that, in my focus because, I feel like this team has definitely gone. It's time to go to Cancun, and we're laying down. Let's go party and have a good time in the sun. But it has been nice to see that the progression of the quarterback is still on par, and we've gotten exactly what we asked for. And so what I'm looking for on the lakefront on Sunday is just that. Maybe Caleb can come out there and give a big game and surprise everyone, including, the Detroit Lions, and put some real fireworks up there on the lakefront. If not for one last time, like I say, after this game, I don't know if it'll be worth it with the Seahawks or with the Packers to have him out there, but we'll see, schedule will dictate, like you say, draft placement and all that. I know players talk about pride and, hey, we're playing for film, but if that was the case, you wouldn't have went to the Bay and gotten bludgeoned, and you definitely wouldn't have gotten bludgeoned again on Monday night against the Vikings. So I don't think they're playing for pride at all. I think they're playing for safety.
Yeah, if they're heading to Cancun a little early, and honestly, with the weather we've been having, I want to get on the Cancun plane myself too. It's too cold here. I'd rather be in Cancun as well. But as the season kind of comes down to a close, and you mentioned a lot of good points there too about, stats and, sometimes we can get caught up in the box scores of things of, oh, he threw for this many yards and this many yards. But if you look at a lot of the other rookie quarterbacks, because the narratives were getting kind of disgusting toward the beginning of the season of, oh, did the Bears make the wrong move again? Jaden Daniels looks so good and Bo Nix looks so good. I mean, those guys have tapered off too. I mean, they're playing good seasons, but I mean, they don't look leaps and bounds better than Caleb. And I would even say Caleb still looks better than most of the rookies drafted behind him. But Bo Nix got into a better coaching situation. Sean Payton, great quarterbacks coach. He's been a good coach for a long time. And then also similar to Cliff Kingsbury getting a shot at or being an offensive coordinator, he's been good for a while too. But defenses are starting to figure those guys out. And I think Caleb's responded a lot better to those adjustments that teams have made against him than some of these other guys, because like Bo Nix and Jane Daniels, they started off pretty hot. They started ascending quicker than Caleb, and now they're tapering down faster than Caleb while he's stayed pretty steady, hasn't been turning the ball over. And I think a lot of the reasons Caleb's looked bad at times hasn't necessarily been because the opposing coaches have found reasons to negate him, but it's Caleb. The game speeds up and no one's there to rein his mechanics back in. I think a lot what was happening on Monday night was his feet were getting too happy, his eyes were moving around the field, and he would just be off on accuracy in short and mid-level routes. And that's just not Caleb Williams. He's not known for doing that. Yeah. So he needs to find a guy, whether it's Ben Johnson or whether it's an offensive coordinator that comes in, that slows the game down for him, slows his feet down, slows his process down in terms of like mentally seeing the field, reading the defenses. I don't think that's the opposing teams doing it. I think it's Caleb just saying, hey, this offensive line is going to get me crushed. I got to try and make a play fast, get the ball out, make things happen, and that's just not really his game. That's not where he succeeds the most.
In the second drive of the game against the Vikings, he gets obliterated into a sack fumble. I don't see how anybody could be okay after that and mechanics be sound and be set. So I do understand some of it. Like I said, there is parts of it that both are true. The offensive line have played bad there, and there's been times where Caleb has been trying to play hero ball way too much. There's been many sacks he's taken where he could have just thrown the ball away. Just get it out your hands, kid. There's no need to take that hit. Stop trying to look for something that's not there. And I think that'll come with time, and that's something that I believe that he will learn and move on from and process. And the one thing that I've loved about through all of it is that he stayed strong. He has stayed sound. He has not been broken, and he has stayed on course. And that's the testament to Caleb. And that's exactly why I still have a lot of hope. But right now, at the current state, there's not much hope in terms of them winning. I have hope for the future because I truly do believe that the defense gave up going back to the Washington play, and that was the one strength of the Bears that they had going from last year was that the defense had finally stepped up, started playing, and started making big plays, and we just haven't seen that anymore from them. We've seen very lackluster efforts, and even going back to the Green Bay game, Minnesota game, Detroit game, these were games where the Bears had taken the lead, and the defense gave the lead right back up. So, I mean, I don't think – I guess a real key to the Bears winning, I think, is for the Chicago Bears defense to show up and actually play like they give a darn. And if they do that, then the Bears do have a real chance at winning the game. I think that if they come out just like they did against Frisco and Minnesota, where the offense just comes right out first couple drives and scores right away, like real easy, no resistance, well, we'll have our answer for tomorrow real fast. If we see a team that plays inspired, comes out, starts laying the wood on people, Montez Sweat, you get a sack and not be offsides when you do it. There's little things like that. The Bears will have a chance. So, my key, like I said earlier, Caleb needs to come out and have a pretty big game, but also a key is that how about the Bears defense actually show up and stop thinking about vacation? Something that weirdly DJ Moore admitted to. Did you catch that, by the way? Did you catch that he weirdly admitted that he was thinking about vacation? And I say weirdly admitted because it was weird for me as a pundit and as a fan to hear a player openly say in an interview, like, I've been thinking about vacation with this season, the way it's been going. Like, what? Okay, you don't admit it, dude. Talk about getting paid and being happy. Wow.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, actually, on Twitter. I'll have to watch the full video after the show, but no, I didn't actually catch this.
Yeah.
That's wild, especially from your highest paid player, highest paid contract in Bears history. I mean, everyone knows the season's done. He knows the season's done, obviously. But, that's not a good look for saying it. That's for sure, especially when it was early in the season. The body language mafia, the body language police were after him. And I, unfortunately, gave him the benefit of the doubt earlier in the season. And now it's looking like I was mistakenly wrong, which happens often. But especially on this one, it kind of sucks.
Yeah, you know what? But at the same time, we're here to call out the truths, and that's what we did. We did call out the truths, and then maybe we did, want to give him some bit of a pass because, we recognize him as a leader on the team, as one of the best players on the team, and a player that the team needs to be successful. And so, there is a part of you that's like, hey, let's give him benefit of the doubt. We know we're going to need this guy, but it's definitely from the season being a disaster. DJ Moore has definitely shown very little leadership skills in this season when leadership was needed. And, I definitely know it's going to be different next year. Just for the simple fact of that, you could tell that Caleb is a leader. And the one thing about it, you can't lead when you're a rookie. That's just, it's impossible. Yeah. It's though all the veterans, the first thing you say in any, oh man, be quiet, rook. You're just a rookie. You haven't done this before. And so every time you try to make yourself assertive, you're just shot down. So I could see why there's a big lack of leadership on this team when you've got one of the so-called biggest leaders on your team that has failed with his body language, with his talks and interviews, his podcast interviews, and it's just, you need more, and I'm hoping that a new coach definitely will come and set that tone, because this team is not devoid without talent. The cupboards aren't bare. Ryan Poles has shown the ability to bring in good players to great players. Yes, he has missed, as we've lamented, but he has hit. Fix this offensive line. Next step, get someone opposite Montez Sweat that's a game wrecker. And now we're talking. So there is steps to be made, and we'll be going over them, trust me, here on the show as the year goes on. But currently right now, like I say, we are trying to focus on the positives as much as possible as the Bears get ready to play the Detroit Lions, 12 noon at home on Fox. Detroit Lions are one of the top teams still in the NFL, the top team in the NFC, 12-2, looking to hold on to that bye spot. So you know they're going to be bringing their best, even though they're banged up, missing some of their top key players. Opportunities for the Bears? Sure there are. But there's also an opportunity for me to win $1 million in the lotto, Blake. Last thoughts before we get ready to head on out. What do you got going on for the weekend? I know you got some big-time sports to watch. Anything else?
Big-time sports. One of my best friends from college, he's getting engaged tonight, so we have a surprise engagement party for them. That is something cool to see. You know, as you grow up, friends get married, and so we're going to be celebrating them tonight. But that's really the only big things on the radar. And actually, I'm going to talk to you about it after the show. I will be in Elgin, Illinois next week visiting some family, so maybe we'll have to do a live in studio next Saturday. But I will be seeing some family up in Chicago after the holidays. But what about you?
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm just going to be getting ready for the Christmas holiday. You know, Christmas is one of my favorite times of the year. So I'm definitely looking forward to Christmas next week. And big-time sports for the weekend. They'll be watching the college football today. Going to be turning and watching No Sorry Bears. Tomorrow I will be watching Bulls. Tonight we got Blackhawks tomorrow as well at 3, I believe. Or actually, I think the Hawks might actually be today.
I think they're today.
Yeah, the Hawks are today. So we got Hawks today. We got Bulls today. We got college football playoffs today. I did tomorrow. We've got the NFL. We got the Chicago Bears, the beloved, playing at home on the lakefront against the Detroit Lions. So it's a lot of fun lined up, and I'm looking forward to it, Brother Blake. Once again, this has been another great show. Shout out to Dean, the boss man, Dennis Sonar Green. Those guys help provide the opportunities for us to make this happen. Thank you for joining us once again for another Fox Valley Sports Saturday. We had On the Rise before us 8 to 10, and then The Truth About Chicago Sports 10 to 12 every Saturday. This is me, your host, Marcus Mack, joined by Blake Cowell here at WRMN 1410 AM Studio 14 in Elgin, Illinois. It's been another great show talking about Chicago sports here with you guys. We love you all. Have a great, safe holiday. Have a great weekend, and continue to support your local teams. Once again, as I always love to say, this is The Truth About Chicago Sports. Let's go! And we're out, baby!
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. That's 800-433-3082.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410 Elgin time, 12 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington.
On this vote, the yeas are 85, the nays are 11. The 60-vote threshold having been achieved, the bill is passed.
In the wee hours of the morning, the Senate approving a bipartisan plan that would temporarily fund federal operations and prevent a temporary government shutdown. It is expected to be signed today by President Biden. Political observer Ben Dominant says the drama this week in the battle over a continuing resolution may be a harbinger of things to come on Capitol Hill during a second Trump administration.
And now we're about to see what things really look like when Trump comes back and how different things are going to be now that he understands the process and has a different relationship with Capitol Hill than he did when Paul Ryan was in charge the first time around.
Correspondent Ed Donahue reports on an increase in flu cases.
The CDC says 13 states reported high or very high levels of flu-like illness last week. That's about double compared to the week before. One of those states is Tennessee. A clinic in Nashville is reporting as many as a quarter of its patients are reporting flu-like symptoms. No flu strain seems to be dominant, but it's too early in the season to know how good a match the flu vaccine will be. Flu experts suggest everyone get vaccinated, especially now, leading up to the holidays. I'm Ed Donahue.
Tesla recalling almost 700,000 vehicles.
Here's the problem. The tire pressure monitoring system warning light may not stay lit up between drive cycles, failing to warn the driver of low tire pressure. If your tires aren't properly inflated, you could be at a higher risk of a crash. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says the recall includes some Model 3s from 2017 through 2025, some Model Ys,
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Schieblo has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Comrades, this is the Chief Guard of the Republic radio show with your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid. Every Saturday, noon to 1, WRMN, 1410 AM, Fox River Valley Media Network. Streaming live on WRMN1410.com. Our studio call-in number is 847-931-1410. That's 847-931-1410. Or you can text us at 505-926-1410. Or you could hit us up in the comments on the Facebook Live on WRMN 1410 channel. It's not Facebook, I mean YouTube Live. So this week we're going to talk about military rail operations. And I have my co-host Paul. Paul, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you great. So Paul,
I saw you there for a minute.
Okay. So what do you think makes America so enthralled with rail operations?
Well, you know, it goes back to approximately the Civil War, because during the Civil War, Congress in January 31st of 1862 authorized President Lincoln to seize control of the railroads. And from 1862 to 1865, the United States had what was known as the U.S. Military Railroad, and its first commander was Daniel McCallum. And from then on, the railroads have been, in a lot of ways, integral with the United States military. I think everybody's familiar with the famous movie by Disney, The Great Locomotive Chase, and that was during the Civil War, where it wasn't even a military guy; it was a military civilian scout, James Andrews, commandeered the general, and he took it from the Confederates from Chattanooga, Tennessee, to and it was followed by the Confederate engine, the Texas, and it was an 87-mile chase. And I think from then on in, everything kind of sprouted from that. And then after that, you know, railroads first became a really big thing in 1869, when the Transcontinental Railroad, you know, the Golden Spike at Promontory Point, Utah, connected both halves of the country. And the military then used it in the Geronimo campaign from 1885 to 1886. So railroads have been, you know, since at least the Civil War, have been an important function for the U.S. military and the United States.
Yeah, and you know, even in Europe in the 1840s, so like 1846, in, I don't know if it was Germany or Prussia or Austria at the time, they were using railroads to move mass amounts of troops to outflank the enemy or to move troops to the front lines.
It's interesting because when the United States got into the Spanish-American War, and that was a war that was kind of unexpected, the United States used the rails to bring the volunteers to the embarkation points, which at the time was in Florida, both in Miami and Key West. So they required the railroads to use people. They trained people in different areas. Like there's an excellent film on it. It was a mini series by John Milnius called the Rough Riders, and there's several instances in there where the importance of the railroad is shown. And the railroad went through all the towns from, the western United States to the eastern United States, and people would come out and cheer them on. And you're talking right at the turn of the last century. So, they're before television, before radio, and it was a very major influence at that time. Now, what's unique is I remember reading a book called The Great Pursuit, and this is even prior to World War I. We had what they called the punitive expedition in 1916 to get Pancho Villa in Mexico. And the troops were brought down there by rail. And that's considered to be the first modern military action because we used Stanley steamer vehicles, we used Buick sedans, we used Cadillac sedans, we even used aircraft for the first time in a conflict, and railroads were definitely part of that because they had to use the railroads to bring the supplies to Mexico. And a lot of times it kicked off from Columbus, New Mexico. Now, to your point about Europe, though, this is kind of interesting because in Europe, the trains were different than what we had. And we had, our trains were 30-ton cars, theirs were 10. And they decided, they went back to that same law from the Civil War in 1862, and they put into effect the U.S. Railroad Administration, and it was under General Pershing. And the first commander was a director general named Charles, believe it or not, McAdoo. And the problem was the French rails were not capable of handling the American cars. So they had to search for units of people, and they went to people with prior railroad experience that were in the enlisted and the officer ranks, and they actually formed 5 new battalions of rail troops because they had to get the trains to the front. And that's kind of fascinating. And then ever since the Civil War, up until modern times, the military has had its own railroads and rolling stock. It's really unique.
They still do. They absolutely still do.
And to that point too, when you think about it, in World War II, from D-Day on, there was the Germans and also the American Air Corps bombed the rail lines, and there was no railroad from Normandy to Paris. And as the troops advanced, they had to get supplies. So that's the one time when they fell back on a temporary fix where they used trucks. And you'll recall the main unit they called was the Red Ball Express.
Yes.
And they've actually made films about that. But that's the one time where while they were constructing the rails to get, from Paris further, they used trucks as a stopgap measure, and then the rails became important again. So for well over a century, the railroad was vital to the U.S. military existence, both in the United States and in Europe. And it kept on in Korea. Now, the good thing was in Korea, they had a rail division at Fort Eustis, and they activated it now on July 1st, 1950. And by July the 9th, 1950, they had the 8,059 transportation rail services unit set up on July 9th, 1950. And the good thing was we, embarked at that time from Japan, and Japan still had an active rail system because it had been rebuilt after World War II, and they concentrated on their infrastructure, and that helped move troops and supplies to go for the ships and everything to then go to Korea.
Well, what's interesting is like you're talking about the Red Ball Express, and to put it in perspective, one train, one 100-car train, can move the same amount of men and equipment as 1,000 trucks. So you're talking about the same amount of equipment and manpower, and it only takes 6 men to man that train. So these
the Americans in World War II had a 7-man train consist. So you're right. You could do it with far fewer men and much more economically, faster, and more effective.
So the thing about the rail system in the United States here, and we have an Army Reserve. It's an Army Reserve MOS, Military Operational Specialty, 88, I believe it's 88 uniform. And it's in the transportation series, but it's only in the Army Reserve. They don't keep them on active duty because they figured, well, we don't have a lot of use for them unless we get mobilized. But they were mobilized back in 2001, 2003. And part of what they're mobilized for is to go down to the bases where they're bringing up mass quantities of troops and make sure that the railheads in these bases were ready and that the cars were getting loaded properly, because you're putting tanks and you're putting trucks and you're putting all sorts of vehicles and equipment on there, to get these things out. If they had wanted to do it in using the roads, because Eisenhower had made the interstate system for national defense, and if you wanted to use the roads, trust me, I've been in multiple military convoys, and if you had to move a division of troops on our system, any decent amount of thing, it would take, you would average maybe 10 miles an hour through the whole thing, with all the slinking effect, with all the breakdowns, with all the things that would go wrong. Whereas you could throw that stuff all on one train and haul it clean across country in a day, literally 24 hours, get it, well, if it's moving 100 miles an hour. I guess the Chinese say they have one that'll do 180 kilometers an hour, and it's strictly they're military trained for moving military. So I'd believe that when I saw it. I would say that it's probably exaggerated a bit. But yeah, so aside from being essential to national defense, because what good are our troops going to do us in the middle of Fort Hood, Texas, if they're needed overseas? I mean, we could fly them out of there. It would take forever to get all those tanks out of there. Yeah, but throw them on a rail and get them onto a ship at a port. And as far as I know, there's no port at Fort Hood, Texas.
Right.
So they have. Are you familiar with any of the actual military locomotives?
I am. They traditionally used the civilian ones, but they also had special purpose ones built for it. But they traditionally used the American military, the American civilian ones, because they were in mass production at the time.
Yeah. A lot of companies don't want to make onesies or twosies of something. They want to gear up. They want to have their assembly line going to make multiple copies of something. So it probably becomes,
and then also the parts interchange, and they're able, the braking system and everything. So it's all connected to that. So they would use, they would have special purpose built cars sometimes for different equipment, but and that's kind of unique too, civilian wise. I guess Wisconsin Central used to build all their own rail cars on everything. They had their own factory, and they'd use what was typical, but it was their own rail cars that they would build. So that's kind of unique too. So it's not that hard once you're set up and you're lined up for that.
Yeah, I mean, I was researching a bit about the Russians, and they specifically have a lot of military rail cars. And one of the owners, the oligarchs that owns the Russian rail lines now, he has specifically built hospital trains that travel all through the like Siberian area and these places where people are way out and they don't have access to it, but they still have a railhead moving in, and he'll move those in and provide free services to people. But it's a thing you can move. What was the? I think there's a movie. I'm trying to think of it where they were permanently living on a train that was constantly moving, and they had a whole culture on this train, and it was.
Well, don't forget in the Russian Revolution too.
Oh,
they used the rails, and they had private rail cars, and they had armored tanks on the rail cars too.
Yeah,
in 1917.
Yeah, in 1917. We sent troops over to the Russia at
The American
the time.
Expeditionary Force, yeah.
So we had two sets of forces. One was in Vladivostok,
and the other didn't it come through Archangel?
The other one was in Archangel, and the guys in Archangel. Oh my God! I was just reading about that. There were some brutal battles there. They were massively outnumbered by the Bolsheviks. They were holding their own. They were fighting the whole time, and the war was over. Well, this 1918. The war was over. In the West, right? But these guys are still fighting the Bolsheviks because the Bolsheviks hadn't solidified their power, up in the North, because the British were still, concerned about the Bolsheviks, but they were trying to protect all of the equipment that had been dumped at Archangel. There's a ton of military equipment there. They didn't want it to fall into the hands, and I guess no one decided that, why don't we just blow it up and get out of there? I guess.
Well, don't forget how this concept, though, even was even expounded upon. Because don't forget, in the 70s and 80s, there was even a push to put our nuclear rockets on rail cars and shift them between locations so that they couldn't be targeted on special railways with bunkers and with decoy trains. So this rail thing is a real thing, and it's been going on for 150, 80 years now. It's incredible,
Yeah. And the troops that landed at Vladivostok, they were there specifically to protect the Trans-Siberian Railroad. All right, so
that's correct.
The first troops that went in there to protect the Trans-Siberian Railroad, this is, learning these little things about history, just through exploring the rails, was a Czech expeditionary force. There was, until the armistice was signed, there was no Czech Republic anymore. There was no Bohemia, right? And then you had established Czechoslovakia, right? And so they sent in, what was it, like 30,000 troops to protect the Trans-Siberian Railroad. And one of the objectives of our expeditionary force, along with the British, was not only to get those Czechs out of there before they had no way, of getting themselves, before they got surrounded, without support, but also to defend the Trans-Siberian Railroad from a surging Japan, who actually was our ally in World War I, but
correct,
they were moving in to take that Trans-Siberian Railroad and to take parts of Siberia, which probably would have made them a real heavy power
country,
area. Just in that one railroad there, just so important to the whole Asian system there, that we after fighting this World War I would send troops there. But really, so aside from military use, and I know all the uses for it in the military, I think Americans themselves, so I get stopped by a train the other day, and I'm like, oh my God, it's coming out of the yard and it's going real slow. This is going to be forever. So, you just know that you look at your watch and you go, yeah, it makes sense to just go around it right now. But that's the only time I really get kind of ticked off at trains. And everyone else, you love trains. People grow up, they love trains. One of my happiest memories as a kid, when we would go to the Museum of Science and Industry, and they had that whole train setup. What scale was that, Paul?
The first time they had it, it was but it was unique because, as you know, in 1900, Joshua Lionel kind of like perfected the O gauge, but it was 3-rail. That one was 2-rail. So it was kind of like a big HO train because they didn't want that third rail. And that was the kind of train that was big when I was a kid and you'd go to the Museum of Science and Industry. Now they've got an HO scale and they were able to fit more of the Chicagoland area into it, which is why they went to the smaller scale because HO is considered HO, half of O. So O is like 1/48 scale, but HO is 186. So you can get double the amount of activity on the layout or the train by going with HO.
So, Paul, on your YouTube channel, Paul Burbitt YouTube channel there, where you have your train set up, what scale are your trains?
Well, I have like 3 different layouts. I've got an HO layout, which is kind of unique because it's HO Lionel. So it goes from the 1950s up into early 60s. Then it goes from the early 70s to the mid 70s, and then it goes to today. So that layout that I have is about 4 feet by 14 feet. And then I have 2 smaller ones. I've got a 4x4 O27 or O layout, which is on a table. And then I put a Christmas layout up every year. It's just basically 2.5 feet by 3.5 feet. And I kind of run that, but it takes the place of the tree pretty much in my house now. But yeah, I've got both scales. I also have a small garden railroad. That's G, that's a scale up from O. And then actually my dentist, before he retired, gave me his N gauge layout. So I put a little layout on a 2x2 styrofoam board that's N gauge. So I pretty much have all the gauges, but my main one is HO. And then at Christmas time, I do the Lionel O gauge.
Do these run on DC or AC?
Well, now the new ones, they're CAN motors. They run on direct current, but they have a rectifier in there. But the original ones, the original 3-rail was AC, and actually it kind of started in Germany by I think it was Bing. You had to have light bulbs on your layout, and as you screwed in more light bulbs, it would draw more power, and the train would go faster. Really? So you had to screw and unscrew actual light bulbs to make the train go around. But then Lionel did it to where first it was battery operated, but then it was AC, and it was like about 12 to 15 volts, kind of like what your doorbell runs on. And then the modern ones are DC, and they actually. Lionel did something really interesting in 1946. They invented a way to send a DC current through the AC line, and you could have a whistle then.
Okay, so we're gonna take a break now, and when you come back, we're gonna be talking more about military rail operations here on the Chief Guard of the Republic radio show with your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burbitt.
Coming up on 12:30 on this Saturday, and if you want to call the show in the second half, phone lines are always open at 847-931-1410. Keep it right here on this Saturday. We have the Jeff Michaels Show coming up in the 1 o'clock hour, and then Rich on Tech at 2.
Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring the international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Silink.net. That's Papa Sierra Yankee Lima India November Kilo dot November Echo Tango.
Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Image 360 South Elgin is your ultimate destination for custom signs and visual communication solutions. Looking to rebrand your office interior? Need striking vehicle wraps or decals for your fleet? Or perhaps you're in the market for a standout trade show display? At Image 360 South Elgin, they've got you covered. As your full-service custom sign and graphics partner, they deliver bold solutions and exceptional support. From outdoor signage to eye-catching store signs, indoor graphics to comprehensive branding solutions, they have the experience to elevate your brand's presence. Trust Image 360 to create a long-term partnership that gives your brand 360 degrees of exposure. Visit them at 506 Sundown Road in South Elgin. Image 360 South Elgin. Bold solutions, exceptional support.
Are you suffering with anxiety, depression, PTSD, an eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem? If it's causing problems at work or with your family, get help now at Insight Mental Health and Wellness. We can help and treat all types of depression and mental issues. We'll help you use your insurance to get away from it all to a beautiful, sunny, and tranquil vacation-like environment so you can recharge yourself. And with the Family Medical Leave Act, you could take the time off you need from work. Plus, with the Affordable Care Act, your treatment could be 100% covered. If you're suffering from any kind of anxiety, depression, PTSD, eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem, use your insurance and get away from it all. Come to sunny California. Call Insight Mental Health and Wellness now. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. That's 800-419-0287.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
You're listening to the Chief Guard of the Republic. It's a Saturday afternoon here at WRMN. Just want to make a quick note that there is a large police presence in Elgin this afternoon. It's in the area of the 1400 block of Wing Street and McLean Boulevard, closed in both directions between Wing Street and Royal Boulevard. That's 1400 block of Wing Street, McLean Boulevard, closed in both directions between Wing and Royal. I believe there may be some sort of a hostage situation. That's a word from my source who's talked to a witness in that area. But we'll have more on that as it unfolds later on in the weekend and Monday morning on the first shift. And now back to Mike with more of the Chief Guard. Hey, Mike.
Hey. Okay, Fixed Bayonets, comrades, we're back with the Chief Guard of the Republic Radio. I'm still getting the music, yeah. Chief Guard of the Republic Radio Show, co-host Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid. every Saturday, noon to 1. So our call-in number, 847-931-1410. Don't call in about the hostage situation because I have no further information other than I am not involved. and I'll let you know, too, don't go out there. Just stay away. Stay away from those situations. The more the people stay away, the happier an outcome would be.
Better it'll be resolved.
Yeah, it'll be resolved peacefully. We don't want anybody to get hurt on this show. No one.
That's correct.
We wish no harm to anybody, offender or the police or whoever's involved. You know, let's have a peaceful solution. I've had enough drama and violence in my life to last a couple lifetimes. Isn't that right, Paul?
That's correct. And as of January, remember, they're justice-impacted individuals.
Justice-impacted individuals, yes. Okay. That's nice. I like...
Sounds like a dental problem to me, but I mean, it's something else, you know?
Justice. Yeah, if only punishments were dental work without anesthesia. You know,
right?
You could do 10 years, or we can grind out all your teeth without anesthesia. Take your pick. I'll take the 10 years. Thank you. But yeah, so talking about the rail operations, like I said,
I was just going to tell you, Mike, we have a phone call now. You're asking
we do?
for, yeah.
Okay.
I guess we don't have our hand signals down between each other yet.
Can you, put him on. We got a caller, Paul.
I believe we have Larry on the phone here.
Larry.
Hey, Larry.
Yeah. Hey, guys. How you doing?
How you doing, Larry?
Okay, good. Love your show, guys. Do a great job every week. Okay?
Yeah.
I have a question for you guys, okay?
All right, Paul.
National security question, okay?
Okay.
All right, let's say Donald Trump flies you guys in and say, what should we do about Ukraine? We're fighting an 800-mile front. We can't win. We got 60,000 dead Ukrainians. Who knows how many dead Russians? We got a front that's larger than the Germans fought in World War II.
Okay.
It's like going from Boston to Denver. I'll hang up and listen to your answer, okay?
Okay, well, Larry, I don't really want to make this too political of a show. I mean, but national security, you're calling about the Ukraine there?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So as far as it goes with us, I don't think we should have been involved. And my statement has always been that we should not send any foreign aid to any country that's at war in any way, because we're spending our money to kill other people we don't even know, you know, and that money going out is no good. I think if we didn't send all that money out, the body count that you gave would be greatly less, and political options may have been explored before military options were continued. Right. As far as the war as I follow it, and I'm going to give a little bump here for a YouTube page, YouTube channel. It's called Military Summary Channel. All right. And it's put together. I don't know if these guys are Romanian, Bulgarian, Hungarian, or Moldavian, but they put together a show twice a day where they update it on what's the actual tactical events that are happening in the Ukraine, and they discuss it pretty in detail. So if you want to follow them, that's good. They can tell you what's happening. But one of the things that I did notice, because we're talking about rail operations here, is that the Russians are always moving along the rail lines. They are seizing rail lines. They want those rail lines because they know to move their equipment and to move their supplies and logistics, it's a lot quicker and more inexpensive just to use the rail lines. And
they're using the rails to get resupplied from North Korea too.
Oh yeah, well, North Korea is involved now, but only on Russian soil. You know, I had a long discussion with my son, who's on active duty in the military. But like I said, I don't want to be too political on this one. I guess I could be. A lot of people wouldn't agree with. They wouldn't believe what my views are, based on my bona fides out there. My views might not be what you think. So, yeah. So Larry, I want to let everyone know Larry is my first military mentor in the Army. He was the first guy that actually took me under his wing. He got up to the rank of Sergeant Major in the Army Reserve. And tonight at the Wolves game, he is going to be recognized as one of our veterans. So if you're watching the Wolves game, you're going to get to see Larry out there on the ice. And his fellow members of Post 104 are going to be out there cheering him on. Post 104 of the American Legion. So now working full circle on this one, or segueing into this one, is I think rail operations were so important in the World War I and everything, and so important and struck so much into the veterans' hearts that the American Legion, which was one of the first veterans organizations, not the first, there were others before it, but they have a more elite version of the American Legion. So first you join the American Legion, then you have to be asked to join this other organization called the 40 and 8. And at first I was asked to join, and it's all in French. And I had I'm not very good at the French, the chevaux et hommes, right? So it's like 40 hommes and 8 chevaux, right? And I'm like, oh man, that must have been like, and I look up, I'm like, oh, it's 40 men and 8 horses. I go, maybe that was some foreign legion force that like held out over, overwhelming odds that they held out, and they had glorious, finish and everything. And they named this after it. And it's, I thought it was really cool. So I was thinking all romantic about that. And then I found out that, that's what a French rail car fits. It either fits 40 guys or 8 horses as they took them to the front. Because other than rail, the biggest form of transportation in World War I was horses. They moved supplies, they moved equipment, they moved men, they moved cannon, they moved everything, especially in the muddier things where, the early versions of trucks couldn't get purchased. So they named
Great movie from about 10 years ago, War Horse.
I can't watch that again.
Yeah, that was a really great movie.
It was a great movie, but
sad.
Brutal. Yeah, brutal. I'm like, oh my God, I can't watch that again. Certain movies, The Passion of the Christ, nope, can't watch it again. I mean, great movie, can't watch it again. Another movie that I can't watch again is Black Hawk Down. Yeah. Knowing a lot about that operation and everything, I wasn't there, but I can't. My kids said I was going nuts when I was watching it the first time, and I'm like, nope, not going to watch it again. Great movie, fantastic movie. And I think I could see every frame of it in my mind for the rest of my life, But yeah, so 40 and 8. So they base it on a boxcar, They base this, quote, elite, by invitation only. And you have to have guys swear for you that you're a great veteran guy and everything. And on boxcar, on real operations, So even for, I guess people knew, the troops knew when a rail car came in, there was the mail, there was food, there was more water, there was more ammunition, there were more clothing. You see that, that train's coming in. It's a great thing. And on top of that, they had kitchen units where you could bring the train and you get some hot food. You can, they had hospital units. So, you're at the front, and it's a, couple 100 miles or 200 miles to get back to a port. You're doing that on a truck, that's going to take you forever. You get in on the train, you're there the next day. It's a smoother ride, and they can take care of you because there's more room to move. There's not a lot of room to move in the back of an ambulance. So, Paul, are you considering building a strictly military train set now?
No, but I have an airport that's got a military section in it. So and it's got tanks and it's got, airplanes and aircraft and missiles. So actually, that was a big thing with Lionel in the 1960s. They went to an interactive train set that shot missiles, had satellites that would fly. So that's a big element. It's half of my train is this airport, which is really a military base also. And I have, 187 scale tanks on there and things like that.
So, hey, one of the things I want to ask people, if you're out there and you're one of the 88 uniforms or the 88 series that handled rail operations, or with the, I don't know what the Marine numbers are, but the Marines do it too, and I'm sure the Navy has people. Not too sure
The
about
Navy too for the shipyard and everything. They definitely do.
Yeah, if you didn't have the rail units moving that stuff out of the shipyard, it would just stack up until you couldn't land anything else. And what's the point of having it all in one place? It's an easier target. You stack that stuff up, it's billions of dollars worth of equipment and not just that, all the man hours that went into it, and you blow that stuff up at the port. What was the point of getting it over there in the first place?
Right.
So another important thing, like rail operations, and when I was down in Panama, and they got the Panama Canal there, and they were worried that the Panamanians would not be able to maintain the canal. All right. So the Japanese started buying up all the rail lines next to the Panama Canal. And what they were going to do is just unload these mega container ships on the Atlantic side, rail them over, and load them up on the Pacific side rather than push their ships through. And some of their ships couldn't fit through the canal because they're just too big. The canal was built in
around 1900.
Yeah, 1900s, and they didn't imagine something the size of these mega ships back then. So,
in fact, the way our aircraft carriers are designed, they're built so that they can just barely fit through the canal, so that they can transposition the oceans.
Yep, it's a lot quicker and a lot easier to do it that way than to have to go around, Argentina and Chile, and pretty close to Antarctica to get around South America, or to go around the Cape of Good Hope in Africa. It takes a long time when you only want to go 2,000 miles to get from Florida to California, and you have to go 20,000 miles the other direction.
Exactly.
Yeah. So what would really be cool is if someone that was actually activated with one of these units called in and said, "Hey, this is what we did. This is how vital we were to the war effort, and not just the war effort, for national defense efforts." Yeah, if you think, people in the summertime, they see a lot of military convoys traveling on the highways, and people get all worried. Where are we going now? Where are we going now? We're going to war, or there's a problem here. And what it really is, it's the training cycle. So you have your National Guard and your reserve training cycles, usually between June and September, where they're out there going to they're taken from their armories and going to the big military bases. And the time to worry is when you see all the tanks and all these trucks and everything on the rail lines. That's the big move. Although they will test the system by moving a division or a brigade to the National Training Center. So they're going to take their own equipment out there rather than fall in equipment in place, which like what we did in Bosnia. We didn't bring our own equipment to Bosnia. The first group brought their equipment over there, and they left it there. And then everyone that replaced them fell in on that equipment, unless it was very special equipment that the unit needed. And I believe the same thing happened in Haiti. We went over there, and we just left the equipment there for the next units to fall in on. And I think that started to happen in Iraq and Afghanistan, where the units would go over there, bring their equipment, and when they came back, they would be refitted with newer equipment, better equipment, hopefully. But when you see mass amounts of equipment on the rail lines, they're going somewhere. And because that's the quickest, easiest way to get to a port, is throw it on that rail line, get it to the port. And every military base has got a railhead, and to get in there. So that just keeps when people think that the rail lines are adequate because they've been around for so long, and we have these interstate, and maybe they should spend more money rebuilding the interstate. It's not as efficient fuel-wise, time-wise, and everything else. We have to maintain a good rail system, except for oil. Now, maybe I get a little political here. Like, imagine if we had to transport all the potable water, potable water, that's water that people can drink. So there's water that's not fit for human consumption, or you're at your own risk. And then there's water that is fit for human consumption. And a lot of places, there's not enough water. So imagine if we had to transport all that water by tanker cars, by trained tanker cars. What we're doing right now is, they have pipelines of water, or we use the rivers and then we purify it later. But if we had to move water to some, desert city like Las Vegas, right? And we were just using tanker cars for people to have drinking water. That would not be as efficient as a pipeline. And a pipeline will bring down the price of stuff, right? So there's the but the people that own the rail lines make some money, so they're pushing to keep that going like that. Even though, what was the last rail disaster we really had?
Wasn't there one in Ohio about 2-3 years ago?
Yeah, and that was toxic waste. So
that's correct.
The rail lines are transporting toxic waste. I'm sure they get paid a lot of money to do that, and it just got spilt over there, but, imagine how many trucks it would have taken to transport the same amount of stuff. And when you're talking about, okay, you had one accident with a train, one major spill with a train. And I know there's other ones that aren't as well reported. But compared to all the multiple truck accidents on the highways every year, that's a drop in the bucket, safety-wise. So well, what do you think about the highway spill? Who should have paid to clean that up and for the people that lived in the area? I'm talking about the Ohio spill.
It should be probably the rail company, right? And they're the ones that were moving it and didn't check on it, so it should be them.
Absolutely. I haven't heard about. Does anyone out there know what actually happened with the people in Palestine, right? Palestine, Ohio. Anyone from Palestine, Ohio listening out there, give a call in or give a text in. 505-926-1410 for our text number, or our voice number, 847-931-1410. Let us know how things are going. I mean, I would be pretty ticked. I would be nonstop. I wouldn't be in a hostage situation over it. Maybe, I don't know, it just seems that maybe a corporate entity doesn't have the visibility to actually have some compassion on people. I know some people are, if I lost my home and a lot of precious things there, some things are without price, right? But if they lowballed me in the beginning, I would be mad to get a cleanup on that. And the railways are not losing money. Not at all. They're making lots of money. It costs money to have something shipped by rail. Now, Amtrak is, I think that's the only one that loses money, right?
Right.
And who runs Amtrak?
The federal government.
I know. I said I wasn't going to get political there, but
Amtrak and post office.
Yes.
Yeah, the two problems there.
Yeah, and I think
I'm waiting on a part for a train I bought for myself for Christmas. Little lights. It came to within 5 miles of my house, and now the post office has sent it to Indianapolis, and it's not going to be here for Christmas. So that should tell you something right there.
Yeah. Well, the reason I think for Amtrak is that they want to maintain, in case you look at these things, you want to maintain an alternate form of transportation for long distances. Not everyone has a car. Not everyone has a car capable of going more than 100 miles at a time. Believe me, I was a teenager. I know that. Like, I hope this gets to 5 miles to work today. But if you don't maintain the passenger thing, and people are using airplanes, and then suddenly the airplanes stop for some reason. Like we stopped them for a couple days after 9/11 when those planes slammed into the buildings and everything, and we wanted to get everything shook down and sure, right? And so you still have a need for transportation of people, and we have that in Amtrak, but I don't think there's enough public interest in transportation to make it viable for a private company to take it over, because I think they would just lose money on it. So, yeah.
They also were exploring a way where you drive your car onto the train and you go to your destination, you have your car, and then the train would bring you and your car back later on.
That's got to be expensive as all get out. I guess if you had a Batmobile or you had the Green Hornet, or what did he call it? The Green Hornet call his car?
Black Beauty.
The Black Beauty, all right? You have the Black Beauty or your Beretta with the gray ghost, and you just you're not anyone without your car, so you got to bring your car with you. I could see that working out, but I think Batman would have had his own Bat rail car or
I'm sure he would have.
Bat caboose or the Bat box car. Yeah, the Bat box car. Robin, bring up the BBC. The BBC is the British Broadcasting System. No, the Bat box car. We're going to move across country with the Batmobile.
Lionel just came out with a Batman train. It's got the searchlight car shows the bat on the wall with the light and everything.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Batman will never lose money. That's why he's a billionaire.
No. That's right. Bruce Wayne.
Bruce Wayne, yeah.
Wayne Manor.
Wayne Manor. Now, in the actual comic books, was his father a rail baron, one of those grabber rail barons, or what were they into, weapons or pharmaceuticals? Or they never did actually say, did they?
I think he was just a very wealthy guy in Gotham City.
Yeah, they didn't say what the Wayne Enterprises actually did, but
I don't think it did.
Yeah,
but he was always into philanthropy stuff on the show. He was always at the event that the Joker or the Riddler was going to destroy.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Let me see what. There was that one train. Okay, so we're talking. 1 minute. Yeah, so we're getting close. I think we got a little off subject there, but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed talking about the trains, and that's one of my skill sets from high school is to get the teacher talking off target and on a tangent so no one would learn anything.
One thing I can tell you about model trains, and I remember this when we went to a train show. You can see a grandfather, a father, and a child, and it's something that families do together. And I find out that with model trains, it brings you back to a better time in your childhood, and that's a time you always try to get back. And the trains are the magic that brings it back.
Okay, so next week, same time, same station, same Chief Guard of the Republic time, same Chief Guard of the Republic station, or short CGR. You could check us out on our webpage, cgr.silink.net, so 1410. And next week, we're going to be doing 2 hours. So we'll be doing noon to 2 next week. And we got to find a subject to talk about that'll cover 2 hours. And it'll be a good subject. I think this one was a good one, too.
Have a great day.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring the international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at silink.net. That's Papa, Sierra, Yankee, Lima, India, November, Kilo, November Echo Tango. Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 1 o'clock.